Hello there. And how might all of you fine ladies and gentlemen be doing on this Saturday afternoon? Look at me! I set a date, and I've actually followed through with it. Holy shit. Uh, yes, hello, and welcome to the first episode of Cleared for Battle, where we're taking your designs and we're reviewing them live on stream. Now, I'd like to say first off, thank you to all 17 of you who actually submitted. I was not expecting that much right off the bat. I set 10 as like, I thought that was like the maximum I was going to get. I was not expecting to actually get 17. And for that, I thank you very much. I can only hope in the future that that number goes up. But since I set the number for 10, that meant that I was going to have to pick and choose. Now, I didn't want to have to pick and choose because I didn't want to feel like I was leaving anybody out. I didn't want to feel like anybody wasn't worthy of having their stuff reviewed on the channel. So, I did the next best thing to decide. Hang on a second, I'm going to just put some little background music going. Alright. But yeah, since I couldn't decide myself, I decided I would remove all responsibility from myself and do the next best thing. A wheel! Why have the difficulty of deciding yourself when you can have a computer do it for you? Now, before we start, I'd actually like to ask a couple of questions because this is something I wanted to set up before this started. I know that some people in this chat have different names than they do in my Discord. Which one of you is Kyo? It's the most uncomfortable thing ever. Well, don't worry. I made it to a playlist of specifically calming music so that while this might be nerve-wracking, that you're soothed by a variety of chill tunes while this all happens. Okay, Darlin, do you prefer if I call you Kyo or Darlin? Because I have a question for you. Since you were the first one to join and submit, I was actually going to do yours first because you were the one who was because you were the first one to join, the first one to submit their work. But I also noticed that over the course of between when the announcement happened and today, you were a little nervous about having your work reviewed because you are more associated with traditional fighting game movesets than Smash movesets. The question is, would you like me to do a couple of other people first and then do yours, or would you like me to do yours right now? Because I feel that since you were the first person to submit, that you are the only person that I think should be guaranteed to have their moveset reviewed today. So the ball is in your court currently. Do you want to let someone else go first, or would you like to go first? Maybe do a few before you go to me? Okay, that sounds fair. Also, hello, boss man. Nope, we're just starting. As you can see, all the entrants have been put onto a wheel, and actually, hang on. Since Nemesis doesn't need to be there, I'm just gonna quickly remove him because he's guaranteed to get one today. 16 entrants. And this will decide the other 9 contestants. Alright, I like to call this the Wheel of Fate. And the Wheel of Fate is indeed turning. Okay. Our first contestant is Freddy Fazbear. Hang on, let me just pull up. Just go and pull up that concept. Mikey's first. Alright then. Let's get to work. Now, again, I'd like to say that there's going to be a chance that I might come off as a little bit harsh because I'm very straightforward with my criticisms. But I'd like to just let you know right off the bat that it's all coming from a good place. Because I want to see you improve. But anyways, yes, our first moveset of the day is Freddy Fazbear by Mikey VA / SSYPG+. How's the music balance, by the way? Is it too loud? Is it too quiet? I can do either, or if it's fine, I'll just leave it as is. Is your moveset for Freddy in general, or specifically Glam Rock Freddy? It's mainly Glam Rock Freddy, but I promise, Mikey, I will not steal ideas. I promise to not steal ideas. It's fine? Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure. The music feels like I'm ascending 19 spatial dimensions, and that's nice. What if I told you it's a remix of Mario Paint music? Okay, yes, let's start. When it comes to video game genres, my favorite video game genre is, of course, fighting games. I absolutely love fighting games, with my 4 favorites being Idle Showdown, Mortal Kombat 11, Super Smash Bros. 2, and Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, which I can play over and over again to have fun or relieve my stress. But besides fighting games, the other video games I enjoy playing are horror games. I find it very odd that you don't get stressed playing fighting games, or horror games for that matter. I played some horror games, but one that I enjoyed playing is the Five Nights at Freddy's series, created by Scott Cawthon. That FNAF series is still getting popular every time there's something new coming out for the franchise, from its ongoing lore to its iconic characters. Sorry, I just want to skip through this because, you know, it's we need to you know, get to 9 other movesets, and I don't want to like spend too much time reading like the opening. I understand when the opening is important for some characters, because there are definitely some characters on this list that I am not as familiar with as others, but Freddy Fazbear is definitely not one of them. I am fairly familiar with no, I think for somebody that doesn't know a lot about FNAF, it's fine, but since I do know a decent chunk about FNAF, I don't think I need to read it. Since I heard about Felicia Fan's Challenger's concept review, I had to join in. With fighting games and FNAF being my things, it's time to combine those together to make a Smash Bros. Moveset for a character from the Five Nights at Freddy's series. But which one, you might ask? Well, a FNAF character that I chose is, of course, Frederick Fazbear the First. When it comes to playing Freddy Fazbear in Super Smash Bros., there's some questions revolving around his inclusion. Would he be too heavy since he's an animatronic? I don't think that that's really a problem. I mean, when it comes to characters being heavy, it's more just it has to adjust to their design than anything else. Mewtwo's heavier than like 90% of the characters in Smash, and he is a lightweight. So I wouldn't worry too much about if he's too heavy in his actual content. I'd argue that K. Rool in his actual series, since he's fairly large, is probably heavier than Bowser, but he's not heavier than Bowser in Smash. Or would he be too scary since he comes from a horror game about trying to survive the night and trying to not get jump scared? The FNAF series has always been a dark and terrifying series compared to Smash Bros.'s family-friendly side. But remember, they add Joker from Persona 5, Bayonetta, and Solid Snake from the Metal Gear Solid series, which are all rated M video games. They managed to get away with it. So I don't see a reason why Freddy Fazbear could not do the exact same thing, since there isn't any horror representation in Smash yet, and I think Freddy Fazbear can be the horror representation to not only represent FNAF, but also represent horror video games as a whole. I've been talking for long enough. Freddy Fazbear can be a heavyweight tank character who can deal heavy damage by jump scaring his opponents and trying to not let his opponents survive, just like in his home series. Now, when you say tank character, I'm assuming you just mean that this character is a super heavyweight. Like, when I think of tank character, even though it's not really a classification for character, I'm assuming that's like Bowser, K. Rool, DDD, Donkey Kong. Technically Frederick II, since Withers was the first. Okay, fair. Oh, hello, Pierre. I'm glad you could join us. Chunky Kong is canonically 2,000 pounds. K. Rool is twice as large as him in the same video game. Well, there you go. But you might have to be careful when playing as Freddy, because as a Freddy player, your job is to not let your opponents survive and try to take out their stocks as quickly as you can, just like trying to survive all 5 nights and not let the animatronics from jump scaring you and stuffing you into an animatronic suit. As for Freddy's stats, he'll have 2 jumps and no other movement options. I think that's fair. I don't think he really needs any. But the concept of taking out your opponent's stocks as quickly as possible. I think that that's pretty much every character in Smash. You want to take out your opponent's stock as quickly as possible. I don't think that's something that needs to be inherently focused on. I think what needs to be focused on in this regard is how do you get to the damage? What is the big damage? I'm assuming the big damage is the jump scares, because, you know, in those games, the jump scares are what lead to the game over and in turn, you know, having to restart everything all over again. I know it's worded a little weird, but I get what the point. I get what he's trying to get across. I think that since the way FNAF works, where you are essentially playing, if you want to put technically, you need to play Freddy like you would play, like the animatronics play against you in FNAF, in which case they have to slowly wait for you to make a mistake, and then once you make that mistake, they have the opportunity to move in and deal big damage. So if I were to classify Freddy as anything, he probably would be the closest thing. The closest thing that comes to mind is a grappler, because grapplers are very centric around big, close-range burst damage, but they have difficulty getting to the burst damage. And to be honest, as a character that has to get up in your face to scream at you, grappler probably works for Freddy pretty well, in my honest opinion. Was that the command grab of 87? That'd be a nice name for the move, if he does have a command grab. That's your bad. I forgot. That's fine. That's the entire point of this series. That's the entire point of this entire series, is to help you understand that stuff, so that in the future it's easier for you to go into this and make something that's a lot more coherent right off the bat. But yes. That out of the way, let's get into the moveset. Freddy's neutral moves will have Freddy use his claws and his microphone to attack his foes by dealing heavy damage and knockback. He'll also use his mouth to chomp foes in his way like he's recreating the bite of 87. Very nice. Freddy's neutral jab will have Freddy swing his claws from left to right and ends the jab with a thrust from his microphone. Straightforward. The end of the jab will deal the same damage as Ganondorf's one-hit jab. I don't know if it needs to be that level of damage. Maybe knockback growth, but like I think Ganondorf's like one hit from his palm does like 10 damage. But then again, that's unscaled because it's only one hit. I think I would lower that damage just a little bit. I don't mind Freddy having a really high damage neutral combo because I think that the neutral combo is very underutilized in a lot of characters' kits. And I think having a character that has a high damage neutral combo is interesting and could add a lot to their overall gameplay. But I don't think that the end hit needs to be on the same level as one hit from Ganondorf. Freddy's side tilt will have Freddy bite forwards to recreate the bite of 87. It'll deal heavy damage if near Freddy, but it's not a move worth using because it'll deal a bit of damage if Okay, so this is worded a little weird, but I'm assuming what this means is that it does damage in front of Freddy, it's short range, but it also does a little bit of damage behind him. I'm not sure how that would work. I know that some attacks do have weird hitboxes and will hit behind the character for no reason whatsoever, but I don't know if that's entirely necessary. I think that a bite for a side tilt is fine. I do think that it actually would probably work better as a side smash because of the build-up and anticipation, the way you can put a lot of the upper body into it as you like lunge forward to try and bite. Or hell, save it for a command grab where it's guaranteed that the close range damage is going to be done because, you know, run forward, grab, and then bite them. It's just an idea. It's fine as a side tilt. Freddy's up tilt will have him poke his microphone upwards. That can deal a little bit of damage if hit above Freddy, but it's a spamming move, so be careful when using this move. I'm assuming that means that it's something you can use very often. It's very fast. I think that a grappler having a really fast anti-air is fine because anybody that's played Rivals knows that Craig has one that's very obnoxious, but I would probably make it a smidge slower if there's no follow-ups out of it. If there is, I'll omit this point. But I think that a character like Freddy would probably have something that's like big and impactful because grapplers absolutely do not want characters anywhere above them unless they have a move that specifically is good for targeting people above them, which the only character that arguably has that is Incineroar. But yeah, maybe something a little slower, maybe also uses his claws like slash over his head. That's an option if that's what you're looking for. But yes, down tilt. Freddy's down tilt will have him sit down like Golden Freddy and swipe his claw from front to back in front of himself that can deal damage. It can even trip foes if near Freddy. Now, normally I would say that putting trip effects on certain moves is bad, but since this is a horror-themed character, and I think a lot of, if you want to implement horror effectively into Smash, the best way to do it is to give the character aspects that takes away control from the character you're fighting against. Like, for example, I think that almost every like horror-themed character best fits Grappler, because grapplers are experts at taking control away from your opponents, and when they are locked in and have nowhere to go, that emphasizes the horror aspect that you're trying to, you know, show through the character's design. So I think having, you know, you make the opponent trip, that forces them into a panic situation, and I think that works very well. But I think that the trip hitbox would have to be fairly small, if only because of the fact that since he's a grappler, Freddy would need to be able to have trouble approaching. And if that's like his major neutral tool to help him approach, that's fine. But if he has other things to help him, then you kind of need to balance it out. Because again, grapplers are all about the big damage, but their biggest struggle is getting to the damage. If that makes any sense. Freddy's dash attack will have Freddy charge forward to this metallic animatronic body. They can deal huge damage if he hits somebody. So when you say the metallic animatronic body, I'm assuming that it's worded a little weird, because the first thing that comes to my mind is he drops the bear suit and runs at somebody as just a metallic animatronic. I know that this is probably just, oh, it's just like a shoulder check like Captain Falcon and Ganondorf do. Which is fine. I think that's perfectly suitable. You know, hitting somebody with a body full of metal is effective in combat. I think that's perfectly fine. I think that doesn't really need to change. It's just that since there's like no like visuals, I have to like do all the visualization in my own head. And that's the first thing that comes to my mind. Okay, forward smash. Freddy's forward smash will have Freddy scream with his microphone that can deal heavy damage if near Freddy, but there's a small chance they can make the foe go into a dizzy state to replicate how loud microphones can be. I think that this is an aspect of Freddy. I don't want to, you know, take away anything from what could potentially be in this design, since, you know, I'm not there yet, but I want to just say this right now. I think that since FNAF is such a, sound is so important to FNAF's design as a game, I think that having more moves that implement sound in some way is a very good idea for a character like Freddy. And I think that this is a great idea for a forward smash, but I don't know if I would put in a dizzy state. Maybe if they're close enough, you can add a crumple state, which basically is, instead of launching them, they slowly fall to the ground, and you can possibly get follow-ups out of it. But I feel that a chance to put somebody in a dizzy state from a potentially heavily damaging move is kind of grounds for snowball territory, and that's not something you inherently want with a grappler. I would at most add like a crumple state if you hit somebody close at like full charge. If you like fully charge it and they're like right next to you, then you get a crumple state and you can potentially get more damage out of it. Like, that's fine. That rewards you for being close, and that rewards you for, you know, getting past all the shit that your opponent's gonna try and throw at you because you're slow as shit and you have trouble getting in close. But I don't think I would add a dizzy state. Specifically also because you can mash out of dizzy states. When crumple, you have to take it. Freddy's up smash will have Freddy do a huge bite upwards that could also deal heavy damage. deals heavy damage to send foes upward if hit from above. I'm assuming this means that it has like it has a hitbox that starts really far below Freddy and then goes upwards. Again, it's worded a little weird, but I think that since I honestly think that sticking to sound is probably the best way to implement Freddy's smash attacks. Especially if we're talking about, like, you know, classic Freddy. Because I'm trying to visualize the character doing a huge bite upwards, and I feel that the way the body would proportion, like the way the body would look when doing so would look very, very awkward. Maybe he could, you know, emit a sound wave that goes upwards, or, you know, start slow and then pushes upwards. I think that sticking with the sound design is something you should probably do for these smash attacks. Simply because I think that it's, again, if we're looking for something that's supposed to be a centric theme of the game, that's the most you're going to get, because FNAF, other than Security Breach, is literally just a JPEG that screams at you like 80% of the time. Freddy's down smash will have Freddy slam both of his claws on both sides of himself that can deal huge and heavy damage if it hits on both sides. This is a fine alternative, specifically because, you know, big heavy body, big powerful claws. It's fine. Maybe not have it hit on both sides simultaneously and have it be something closer to what Wolf does. But for what it is, I think that's perfectly fine. Freddy's air attacks won't deal as much damage as neutral attacks, but like his neutral attacks, it will cause serious knockback. If you're going to reduce the damage, usually you also want to reduce the knockback as well. And I don't think that, you know, not everything on a grappler needs to send people flying at 500 million miles an hour. Freddy's neutral air will have him spin his arms around 5 times. He can deal multi-hits of damage if near Freddy. I think that you should reduce this to just one. I think that just one swing around you is more than enough. I don't think a grappler needs a potentially drag down multi-hit move that can lead into more things, because again, the entire point is that you have trouble getting to that damage. So yeah, I would just stick that to just one, you know, just even if you want to just have like the upper body spin around while his like legs stay in place, you know, symbolize that he's a robot. I think that one hit is perfectly fine, since it also falls in line with most neutral airs and only hit once on either side. Freddy's forward air will have him chomp with his mouth forwards that can send his foes away and deal a bit of damage if near him. So I'm assuming it's very similar to forward tilt, in which case I say that's perfectly fine. I think that if this is your main, like, you know, neutral, like aerial neutral option, that's perfectly okay. I do think that claw slashes would probably work better, simply because they're more versatile and, you know, you're not pushing your entire body into your opponent to try and deal damage. But that works. If you want to stick with that, I would experiment with a couple of ideas. I would try claws and see how you feel, like, design-wise. But if you want to just stick with the chomp, that's perfectly fine. Back air will have him throw his microphone behind himself that can deal damage When behind him, this is a reference to what Freddy can do in the spin-off game FNAF World. He said, hey, Game 5 FNAF fans, and even Scott thought himself hated the game as well, surprisingly. Is this a projectile? I think that's the first thing needs to be asked. Is this a projectile attack? Because if so, I do not agree with Freddy having a projectile aerial. I think that there are a lot of things you could definitely put here that would work way better. Probably, honestly, while I don't like to, constantly reference what other characters do, because I don't feel that constantly pulling moves from other characters is the best way to design movesets. Honestly, something like Bowser's back air, where he just like drop kicks and uses his legs for something, is probably a lot better of an idea. Because, you're still, even if you are mainly, upper body centric, since, you focus with your microphone, ignore that, that's the garage. Since you're very upper body centric, where you focus on your claws, your teeth, and stuff like that, you are still kicking people with a metallic frame, which can deal a lot of damage. And I think that since I've noticed that, like, you haven't really utilized Freddy's legs for any sort of attack yet. Maybe a small knockback, big damage projectile that only helps him get to you, but doesn't have any kill potential. I just don't think that works as an aerial for a character that's supposed to be a grappler. Because what is the purpose of the back air? The purpose of the back air is literally a reversal option. Somebody gets behind you, you use it in order to, snipe them out of the air and stuff like that. Or, for most characters, it's their most powerful aerial option. And is often, when you want to kill confirm with some characters, you have to learn how to instant turn around and jump to get a back air. Like with the fighting game characters, Falcon, Ganondorf, a ton of characters, a majority of characters on the roster, their back air is their strongest aerial option. And I do not get that from this design. If anything, catching people with the microphone would be better for the grappler playstyle because it helps Freddy get his hands on the opponent. It would if it wasn't on a back air. This move would be fine if it was a neutral special and wasn't a grappler. I just think that with how power-centric Freddy's design is shown to be, the best thing that you can do is use a move that shows off that strength. If that makes any sense. He can turn around and do a big claw slash, he could turn around and drop kick. There are a lot of options that you could go with that feel way more impactful and centric to the power, to the powerful design that you're trying to go with for Freddy here. I definitely think that out of all the moves, this one probably needs to be, revised the most. There are definitely ways to, make this feel a lot better and more cohesive to the Freddy Fazbear design. Anyways, for up air, Freddy's up air will have him poke his microphone above himself. They can deal damage. Maybe instead of, having a fast up air isn't bad, even if you're a grappler, because DK has a fast up air, Bowser's up air is also fairly fast, even though neither of them are grapplers anymore. Incineroar's up air is pretty good too. But I feel like a Claw Slash should feel better, because it's something that you could easily have cover the entirety of Freddy's hurt box from below. Because the main idea about up air is you're hitting somebody above you, but most up airs also try to protect the user from being attacked from above by providing them with a hitbox that basically covers their frame. That's why a lot of up airs in Smash are like arcs, because that covers the entirety of the hurt box of the character. Again, it's something to experiment with. I think that for what it is, it works fine. Finally, Freddy's down air will have him stomp both of his feet and that can spike foes and will deal the same damage and will work exactly like Ganondorf's down air. And you see, there you go. Use of his legs, perfectly fine. I think you should take something like that and put it on his back air as well. Or, since, there's a lot of spring-based stuff in the animatronics, especially the older ones. How about make him, snap his upper body backwards to strike with, his claws or something behind him. So he just, springs behind him. And it's, really fast, and it does a lot of damage. Again, while Freddy doesn't have a lot of stuff to pull from for, moveset references, his innate design offers a lot of potential with a lot of stuff that you can do with it. Okay, moving on to grabs. Grabs with both arms, that seems fitting. Bites the foe on the head. Forward throw, screams at the foe so loudly. So basically launch them with sound. I would assume that's, for the most part, fine, but you want to differentiate that from his forward smash in that case. Because usually when you have a move that overlaps with a smash attack, it has to usually be on the same level of strength. Maybe instead of screaming at them, I don't know. Imagine they get so scared the forward throw is a kill throw. I would assume that since this is very close to the forward smash design, that this is technically his kill throw. In that case, it's fine. I feel like maybe removing the bite from the pummel, making it like a headbutt, and then making the spring lock jaw snapping shut on somebody as the forward throw would probably be a better choice. But if you want to just go and say oh yeah, this is his kill throw, that's perfectly fine for the design that Freddy's supposed to have. Drag the foe on the ground to send them backwards. I'm assuming that's probably close to K rule. In which case, I'd say that's pretty fitting. While we don't get to see a lot of Freddy's personality in the early games, I know that he does eventually get one. And I know that he is pretty sadistic. Would it be possible to give the move intentionally poor DI for the scream, or have no DI control whatsoever just to represent them being scared and wanting to get away from him? I think that's actually a perfect idea, but I feel that that kind of design is for a special move, not a grab. But that's not bad either. So up throw, jump scare the foe that they are sent upwards. Okay. My main question is, you have two throws that are based around screaming at the foe. My question is, how are they differentiated from each other? Like, you can't have them scream the same way and then they're sent two different directions. Usually if you're going to send somebody in one direction and, you know, send someone in the other, you need to indicate, you need to have like a follow-in to show how you're going to send them that way. That's why, like, the build-up to smash attacks is so important, because if you have a character that's charging a smash attack and they're like looking like they're going to punch upwards but they end up punching you forwards, it messes with readability and it's overall just like not very good like moveset design. You always want everything in a game like this to be very easy to read for both parties, both you and your opponent. You so that you know which one you used, and your opponent so that they know how to react to it if, you know, they're familiar with the matchup. So I don't mind having one throw be scream related, but I think that maybe this second throw should be changed to something else. Maybe like an upward claw slash. You know, I don't know. Punching somebody in the jaw with your microphone to send them flying up into the air. I just think that there needs to be a way to differentiate these two. And then for his down throw, he'll shut down and fall on top of the foe. He'll get caught. He'll cause the foe to get buried. I don't know if they need to get buried, but I really like the idea for a down throw. That is actually very creative. And yeah, it's very similar to Bowser's down throw, but for Freddy, I think that works. And I think that out of all throws, that is definitely the best one. That doesn't really need to change whatsoever. At most, I'd say I don't think they need to get buried. And you could just, you know, they just bounce them upwards. You can maybe get like a follow-up out of it, because Incineroar being the main grappler of Smash, he does get follow-ups off of his down throw. So yeah, I think that's perfectly fine. Alright, specials. Freddy's special attacks will come from the mainline Five Nights at Freddy's games, where he'll really tap into his true nature as a living animatronic, try to stuff you into an animatronic suit. But for Smash, he'll be coming to stuff his foes to victory. Neutral special is called 5 Laugh / Jump Scare, based on what Freddy does in one of the harder nights at Five Nights at Freddy's. Freddy will laugh a single time each time you press the special button. There will be a meter above Freddy's character icon, where if you press the special button 5 times to make Freddy laugh, he'll activate his second neutral special, Jump Scare, where Freddy will do a huge jump scare to his foes that can deal massive damage and will have great knockback that will send chills down his foes' spines. Not a bad idea. I think that if we're going purely off of the original Freddy, that's not a bad concept. I know that it's 5 times, you know, because there's 5 nights. Depending on how this is designed, I would either lower that or maybe even make it higher. My question, first off, is how quickly can you input this? Because if you're allowed to just like mash the button 5 times instantly, like one after the other, and get this going, there is not much counterplay for most characters against this move. If anything, instead of it being something you have to push 5 times, I would have it be something that you have to hold and have it, you know, the bar slowly fills up to each, you know, of the 5 sections, and once it's at max, it's that's when you get the jump scare. If anything, why not have it so that instead of it, you know, doing the laugh, why not have him do like a show, a presentation, you know, like the animatronic shows do at the actual pizzeria. You know, he's just putting on a show, and you just stand there and you charge this move. You have heavy armor while you're charging. Probably something close to Joker's I forget the move's name off the top of my head. Rebel something, you get the point. But the point still stands is that instead of this being something you input 5 times, I think that having this be something close to like... The first thing that comes to my mind is Armika's V-skill from Street Fighter V, where the longer you charge this move, the more powerful it gets, and you are basically standing there doing a performance for the camera and your opponents, and they can try to stop you, but you know, you can cancel it at any time you want. You have very heavy armor, so it's very hard to knock you out of it. And then once you've maxed out that bar, you get access to a very powerful attack. They can deal massive damage and have great knockback. But I would make it so that its range isn't very large. Because even with a character like Armika, if you did her full speech, you still had to get that command grab to do all the damage that shit was going to do. You weren't guaranteed to just hit somebody once and then immediately kill them. So maybe instead of having it be something you press multiple times, it's reformatted into a move where you charge, and you have to charge up to fill all 5 spots, and then once those 5 spots are filled, you get a very powerful like limit burst move a la Cloud, and then that move does massive damage and knockback and is one of your best ways of confirming a kill. I feel that that's a much better design for Freddy as a grappler, because while you are very focused around having to approach yourself, almost every grappler has tools that make their opponent want to approach them in some format. Most grapplers have ways of reflecting projectiles, which forces zoners to have to use normals and stuff like that in order to, you know, deal any sort of damage to them, because if they just keep throwing projectiles, they can just reflect it back at them. Incineroar has Revenge, where basically he's guaranteed to deal a lot of damage if he gets anywhere near you. So you want to get that off of him as soon as possible, because if he's allowed to just have that and he has any chance of hitting you, then it's like very detrimental to you. So you need to get that off of him immediately, which means you're going to be approaching him, which is exactly what he wants you to do. With Freddy, you're setting up this big move. It has a charge state that needs to be followed through with. It has super armor. It has a lot of cancel windows. And it's something that if your opponent sees you doing it, they're going to approach you because they need to stop you from doing it. I think that is something that should be looked into for this, because I think that you're in the right spot, but the move execution just needs to be a little bit different. Pizza Toss. Based on the beginning of 5 Nights at Freddy's Pizzeria Simulator, where Freddy has to throw pizzas at the children, Freddy will toss pizzas forward as a projectile that can deal a little bit of damage if hit by the pizza. Despite being a projectile, it can also be an item for any player to pick up and eat, Freddy included. Oh, fuck. Fuck. No, you're not supposed to see any of this. Go back. Thank you. Saw nothing. Those weren't documents. I just wanted to bring up XSplit so I could clear my throat for a second. Give me a second. Sorry. I think that this move is perfectly fine. It is not again, it's not uncommon for grapplers to have tools that help them approach. A fairly slow projectile could definitely be something that helps. And yeah, I think that having an item that could potentially heal you, because you're going to be a character that takes a lot of damage, is also perfectly fine as long as that amount of healing is very small. Based on the main point of the mainline FNAF games, Freddy will teleport away in a glitchy mess in a given direction. It doesn't do damage, but it does put Freddy into a does not put Freddy into free fall like Palutena or Mewtwo's up special. Oh, it does put them into free fall. I don't know if I would put him into free fall. Especially if you could potentially use it as an approach option. If you could potentially use this as an approach option or a way to get around projectiles, I think that that'd be something you don't want to have a free fall state. But I think for the most part that's perfectly fine. This is like the go-to recovery that everybody uses for Freddy, and I think that there's a reason why that's the case, and I think that it is perfectly fine. And now you got the Bite of 87. It'll be a counter move where Freddy will quickly open his mouth for a few seconds, but if any foe hits Freddy, he'll do a massive bite that will deal heavy damage and knockback to any foe hit by the bite. This is of course a reference to the Bite of 87, where Freddy bit the kid's head during the kid's birthday party in the 8-bit cutscene in FNAF 4. Honestly, I would change it to a command grab. I think that it can work as a counter, but I think they would much better be suited for a command grab than anything else. If also because of the fact that it will allow you to get in close to opponents using projectiles, and you can't bite the head of a projectile. Although I do think it'd be very funny if this move, if a projectile hits it, he just freaking eats it or destroys it with his teeth. Be a nice touch. But I think the command grab of 87 would be a much better design for this. If Markiplier doesn't show up on the left top corner of the screen, I would be sad. If I were a filthy gremlin, I would make it instantly kill if it brings a foe to exactly 87% damage. It's a bad idea, but I want it. If it was a Final Smash, you could make an argument for that. Especially if it only hits one foe, you could probably make an argument for it killing at 87%. But I think as a command grab, I think this move works best as a command grab and not a counter. I don't think that Freddy inherently needs one, especially if you already have a move that's designed to absorb damage and like boost you like the neutral special was designed to be. Yeah, I would turn this into a command grab. Like a very close range command grab, not like a dashing one like Incineroar has. One where you need to be like right on top of your foe in order to make it happen. Anyways, the Final Smash, the final night. Final Smash will start with Freddy doing a huge chomp forwards, and if any foe is hit by his bite, he'll go into a cinematic where they'll be dropped into the security office in 5 minutes of Freddy's 1 as everything goes into absolute darkness. Freddy will then appear flashing for 5 seconds, and when 5 seconds are up, he'll immediately jump scare his foes that will cause massive damage, and if a foe is over 100% of damage, it'll be an automatic KO. You see the mouse cursor? I think that's fine. I know that's like a very go-to Final Smash for Freddy. I think it'd be nice if you also incorporated the other animatronics into it in at least some fashion. even if they aren't involved in the jump scare, they can at least be like shown flashing in the background like Freddy does. If only just because it'd be a nice like reference to the entire cast of the first game. But I think that for that, I think that's perfectly fine. Video animation number 1, starts singing to his audience just like how he did in the beginning of FNAF 1 trailer, perfectly fine. Freddy will yell again, sing alongside Bonnie and Chica, just like how they did in the beginning of the FNAF 1 trailer. I think that if you want to put them anywhere, I definitely think having other animatronics and like victory animations and taunts is the best way to go. Especially if you want to focus on Freddy himself, it's perfectly fine. Freddy will start to twitch as the camera zooms in, then jump scares the camera as he goes back to twitching. This is a reference to how the phone guy in FNAF 1 said that the animatronics will get a bit quirky at night. And this feature animation sure does reference that very well. The animatronic characters here do get a little bit quirky after dark. That's perfectly fine. Taunt number 1, Freddy will flash a few times before going back to normal. Once again, references him flashing before jump scaring his prey. Freddy will give a creepy look at the player controlling Freddy. This is a reference to the uncut animation. The mouth, please. This is a reference to an uncut animation from FNAF 1. And Freddy will roar loudly before going back to his idle animation. This is a reference to what Freddy does near the end of the 5 Nights at Freddy's movie, where he does exactly that. I'm surprised you referenced the movie at all. But yeah, I think those are all fine. Colors are mostly inconsequential. I think, having colors that reference, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, other versions of the animatronics is perfectly fine. And that's my moveset for Freddy Fazbear joins the Smash roster. This was honestly a lot of fun to make. Again, FNAF is one of my favorite series, and I love for Freddy to be in Smash would be likely. Well, not likely, but I'll absolutely freak out if it did. I think it's way more likely than you think it is. I think that at the very least, Freddy will have at least a Mii costume in the next game. At least. If this moveset goes well for Felicia fans clear for battle moveset review, I might make more in the future since I'm doing Smash challenges in 2025. Do it anyways. I know I gave a lot of criticisms in this, but honestly, just do it anyways. How your moveset is reviewed here today should not affect how you go about doing this in the future. I think that if this is something you enjoy doing, then you should absolutely do it, and nobody should tell you otherwise. The only person who should tell you not to do it is yourself. So I hope you enjoyed, Felicia fan. Please tell me what I could have done to include it. I think I did a pretty good job of that. I hope that you wrote some parts down. It'd be a lot easier if I could edit and just put in little bullet points and written in red, you maybe try this, blah blah blah, write this, I'll write this part down instead. That'll be great, and thanks for reading this. Goodbye. And with that, 1 of 9. I think overall you're in the right place in a lot of spots. I think some moves definitely need to be revised, like the back air needs to be changed. I think that some aspects of your moves need to be changed. I think that you're in the right spot for the neutral special, but the way you go about it needs to be done differently. I think that changing the down special to a command grab instead of a counter would better befit Freddy as a character. And I think that using more parts of his body for normal attacks would be, just in general, make the character look better in combat. Yeah, I think you did a pretty good job. If this is your first time, I think you're going to go far in the future. Anyways, I'll do one more spin of the wheel, and then we're gonna look at Nemesis. And our second contender is... oh, we got Rundus from good old Metroid Prime, made by Levi. You just, you know, move that. Okay. So this goes right into it. Very quick, very simple. Like that a lot. Sorry, just let me take a little sip of my tea. Rundus was always a very interesting character to me because he was very much the fill-in for a new Metroid character, since back during the days of Smash 4, everybody was super adamant against Ridley's inclusion for some reason. And like, Rundus was the next best choice for a lot of people. So I'm glad to see that people still care enough about him to actually give him a moveset in 2024. But yeah, okay, let's take a look. Now, Levi, before I start, since this isn't shown in the moveset itself, what kind of character feel are you going for here, like playstyle wise? What kind of playstyle are you trying to aim for Rundus to have in Smash? Because I think having that, you know, that base in mind is always important when designing a character. And I never really realized how small Rundus's torso was compared to the rest, compared to how fucking long his legs are. Not sure. I am new to moveset development. Okay, that's fine. We'll see about it as we go, okay? Rundus will perform a quick punch followed by a series of kicks for his jab. I'd say that's perfectly fine. I think that considering the leg to body ratio, I think Rundus using his legs for attacks is very obvious. So yeah, that's perfectly fine. Rundus performs an axe kick for his side tilt. An axe kick. So that's something close to what Samus and Falcon do for their up tilt. That's fine, but I don't know if I would put that on a side tilt. It's only because of the fact that usually side tilts are designed to cover as much horizontal space in front of the character as that character can. And for a axe kick, you are covering, you know, up and above, you're coming above you and in front of you at the same time. Peach does something similar for her forward tilt. That is true, but it not entirely the same. I'm just gonna need to, you know, try and figure out the flow of the character, because I don't have a lot to go off of just yet. Up tilt. Rundus puts his arm up, shooting a small ball of ice. I don't know how I feel about a projectile-oriented up tilt. I mean, maybe have ice on his arm, extending his hitbox, so when he swipes upwards, it basically just gives him like more range, and it's basically like slashing somebody with an ice sword. But I don't know how I feel about shooting a ball of ice upwards. If only because of the fact that those kind of moves don't tend to provide characters with a ton of coverage. Again, most up tilts are designed to like cover like the hurt box of the character in at least some fashion. Projectiles upwards only work on like up airs and its niche. I agree. I think that like having a design where you have ice on the arm, so it basically like extends it like his range. It's where he has like a sword on his arm essentially, and you like slash over your head and like knock people upwards. I think that's fine, but I do not think that shooting ice upwards is the best choice for an up tilt. Down tilt. Rundus spins around, kneeling on his tippy toes. Okay, I'm trying to visualize how this would look. What part of his body is he hitting his opponent with? Is he like slashing low with his arms, or is he like attacking with a kick? I'm trying to picture how this move looks. He's attacking with his arms, okay. Then maybe I would just say, you know, he slashes low along the ground with his arms, maybe, you know, covered in ice. Or maybe if you want to do a nice parallel to Samus, he can create a blast of ice at his feet that launches opponents upwards, like Samus and Dark Samus do for their down tilts, if you want a parallel there. I think that, you know, just that description's a little hard to, you know, visualize things off of. But I think that if it's attacking with his arms, that's perfectly fine. Dash attack. Rundus headbutts while moving forward. He does have a big head. And, I think that works fine. I'm trying to visualize and remember how Rundus moved in Metroid Prime 3 because it's been so freaking long. I know he was all about ice abilities. I know that he was basically the Sub-Zero of the Metroid series. Honestly, why not like slide along the ground on ice? If anything. Could even be a nice little tongue-in-cheek reference to good old Sub-Zero. I like the idea more. Alright. Oh, you put the aerials before the smash attacks. Okay. That's perfectly fine. Rundus spins around the air, surrounding himself with icy shards. Sounds very standard for a neutral air. Works perfectly fine. Encapsulates his abilities. Works very well. Rundus swings his arm forward, releasing a freezing projectile. Now you see, a projectile on a forward air is not impossible. There are characters in Smash that do have projectiles on their forward airs, but correct me if I'm wrong. I might be wrong because, again, it's been very, very long since I've seen anything related to Metroid Prime 3. Wasn't Rundus more of a, like, in-your-face fighter than anything else? I feel, yeah, that's right. I feel it's depending on what their gameplay is like. If you're looking for more of a zoner, I don't think that a freezing projectile on the forward aerial is that much of a problem. But I'm trying to remember what Rundus fought like, because I know that we saw him like slide on ice. He could like manipulate ice like as he like flew through the air, like Frozone from The Incredibles. But I don't remember how he actually fought. Or if he even fought. I think if you're looking for a more zoning-oriented playstyle, a freezing projectile isn't bad. But maybe a Ice Blade slash would be better. if you're looking for something a bit more aggressive, you know, swings his arm forward, has, you know, ice on the end of his hand, slashes, and the blade breaks when it hits an opponent. So it's a bigger visual spectacle. Back air. Rundus kicks backward with a burst of icy energy. Sounds perfectly in character. Works very well with the fact that he, again, is a very bottom-heavy character. So I think using his legs for a lot of attacks on top of, you know, using like ice on his hands and stuff like that is perfectly fine. Up air. Rundus conjures a spinning vortex of ice above him, hitting multiple times. I'd see Rundus as being a character that focuses on zoning, then aggro play once he gets a hit with a freezing projectile. At that point, he'd just be an all-rounder. If he's split between two like major playstyles like that, he'd either be a hybrid or an all-rounder. That sounds closer to an all-rounder though. But yeah, conjuring a spinning vortex of ice above him, hitting multiple times. I think that works. Could be a good, you know, drag down move. Potentially. I would actually have the vortex be around him entirely. Just, you know, provide him a little bit more coverage. But other than that, I think that move is perfectly fine. And then Rundus plunges downward, slamming into opponents with an icy spike. I'm assuming this is, you know, when I picture that, I picture like Greninja down there, and I think that works fine. I think it'd also be really neat if, you know, maybe once you hit the ground, you create like a small burst of spikes on either side of you to provide you some coverage once you hit the floor, because most fast fall down airs don't have any sort of coverage once you touch the ground, and you're basically forced to take an L if you miss. So maybe something like that to, you know, catch opponents off guard that aren't prepared for it, because like, oh look, he's gonna fast fall, I'm gonna catch him the moment he gets to the ground. Oh wait, no, where are these ice spikes? Oh no, I'm hurt now, and now he has the advantage state. Side smash. Rundus makes a giant icicle that comes from his hand, thrusts it forward. That sounds perfectly fine. I personally use both hands because, you know, with the character using both their hands at the same time tends to show that they're using like as much power as they possibly can. So maybe like, you know, like how the way like Courier, when he does his forward smash, he thrusts both of his hands forward. Maybe like build up ice energy in both hands, and then once you like push the body forward, the ice jets outward to like extend and deal more damage from a range. Works very well. Very fitting for Rundus' character. Up smash. Rundus puts his hand up and shoots a spiral of ice upwards. It sounds a little similar to the up air, but honestly, instead of putting his hand up and shooting the spiral upwards... Oh wait, no, I just saw the down smash. I was gonna say, hit the ground, that causes the wave to go upwards from the force. Maybe instead of shooting a spiral of ice upwards, he can bring up like a giant ice spike either in front of him or like maybe on either side of himself. Yes, you can have up smashes that hit on either side of you. Or if you just want, you can just have it just come up in front of you. It's fine. Or hell, you can even have it come up at like a slight angle, so it's not straight up into the air. Something like Paolo's up smash. I think something close to Paolo's up smash, but like only 2/3 of the range. I'm thinking like Sylvanos from Rivals, where instead of it's a pillar of wood, it's a pillar of ice, and it comes out at like a 45-degree angle, like almost. Or Mega Man's where it's freezing particles instead of electricity. That's also a possibility, but I think that I'm trying to not make him too much like Glacius. But I think, you know, pillar of ice coming out of the ground to launch opponents upwards, it also covers decently in front of them. Especially if, you know, you have a move that, if you already have an up tilt that's really good covering overhead for anti-airs, having a move that also pushes in front of you, since if you're a zoner, you are mainly focused about what's in front of you and not what's overhead. I think that design works very well. But yeah, I think that would work better for Rundus. And then for his down smash, he puts his arm down and a mini explosion of cold air surrounds him. That sounds very good, very, you know, in character. Hits on both sides at the same time. I like that a lot. Yeah, I think that's perfectly fine. Rundus puts his hand forward, creating an icy grip. So does he, like, manifest ice on the end of his hand to push forward and grab opponents? Or does he, like, make his hand bigger when he tries to grab somebody that gives him more range? The description makes it sound like it could go either way. I think the better question would be manifest an ice hand. Okay. In that case, I think it's fine. I don't know if it's really necessary. Maybe instead of creating a giant ice hand, you create an icicle on the end of your hand that, like, impales the opponent so they can't move. But yeah, I think that an ice hand works. You know, thrust the grab opponent forward, upwards, backwards, into the floor. You say here where you force them into a bed of icicles. I think that more aspects like this could probably be implemented here. Like, what if instead of throwing the opponent forward, you launch an icicle into their chest, and the force of the icicle being launched into them sends them flying forward. Or it could be a back air, or a back throw as well. You like move them behind you, then like hit him in the back of the head with a blast of ice to launch them away, or something like that. It's not always bad if, you know, these types of throws have, like, you know, just simply push in any given direction. But it definitely adds a lot more, you know, creativity to it. Imagine like the ice impales the opponent and sends them flying, forcing them to mash to escape. Make a horizontal beetle. I think, hell, even if we want to, you know, reference more, what if his down throw leaves them in a frozen state? He, like, just turns them into a block of ice and then just, like, drops them in front of them. And then they have to mash to get out of that. You know, like Magneto's grab from the Versus series, where he, like, entombs you in, like, rocks and then just, like, drops you in front of them. It's like, have fun. Now get out of that before I, you know, rush you down in the next 0.25 seconds. I think that'd also be a nice alternative to burying somebody. And I think that more people should look into alternatives to burying somebody. Like, if you can just, like, you know, freeze them or entomb them and you just leave them in front of you, where it's basically the exact same thing, but they just but like the properties of mashing out are slightly different. I think that that's something that should be looked into for some characters. You know, looking for burying alternatives. Yeah, I would put that in like a down throw, or even hell, leave that as his forward throw. Yeah, that's just me. Neutral special, Frigid Blast. Rundus prepares a beam of cold air. Longer charge, the wider the AoE. So... sorry. Rundus releases a beam of cold air, longer charge, the wider the AoE. So I'm assuming this is like... somewhere in between... This is somewhere in between the, between Thoron and, like, Rob's laser. Mashing probably isn't an excellent game design, but I always love incorporating it. I think Mash is a bad mechanic in my game it's out. It could definitely be revamped in some ways, but I think for what it's used for, it's fine. But so it's basically just a beam charge, wire the AoE. Assume, you know, freezes on hit. Seems fine. Seems fairly dangerous to run this as well if it gets reflected back at him. Cryokinesis. Rundus manipulates 3 balls of ice that he hurls telekinetically in a direction chosen by the player. So I hear this, I think like Edelus's side special from Rivals of Aether, where he basically just drops icicles on top of his opponent. And I think that works fine. Be a nice, you know, 1-2 follow-up, you know, cryokinesis in the Frigid Blast, lock them down, either force them to take the blast or, you know, potentially break their shield with it. Up special, Flow Surf, Rundus glides upwards diagonally, creating a trail of ice behind him. I would make it like, I would turn that into like a quick attack move where you can use it in multiple directions in a single use. Because usually if you can only just, you know, glide upwards like normally, it's a little too easy to predict, especially if, you know, your hitbox isn't very large. I'm just trying to think of a way where, you know, you won't immediately get, like, hit in the top of the head by literally any character and immediately get killed. Just curious, how often do you plan to do these? Once every month. First Saturday of every month is the current plan for this series. Is the stream going to be watchable when the live is over? Yes, it will be. Of course. This is not just a stream. This is like a big, full series. It's like even getting its own section on like the main page of the channel. So, yeah, you'll be able to watch it. Anyways, yeah, I would revamp Flow Surf into a quick attack like move where you can use it in multiple directions in a single use, just to make it more unpredictable, harder to punish. Maybe make the hitbox a little bit bigger, something along those lines. You just don't want something that's very, you know, straightforward and easy to punish. Especially if your hitboxes are small. And down special is freezing counter. Rundus poses and any non-projectile attack dealt to Rundus will freeze the attacker. Well, I'll commend you for, designing a different type of counter that isn't, specifically just deal damage back to the foe in at least some way or, way, shape, or form. But I think that this should not only be limited to physical attacks. I think it would be interesting if you could freeze projectiles. Maybe they become an active, block of ice on the stage that you can, then kick back at your foe in at least some fashion in order to improve your stage presence. Honestly, if you want, you can sort of just play it by ear when it comes to... I'm getting ideas well, that's good. I think that freezing your opponent on hit is an interesting, way of taking, a counter. Because, again, I think that the potential of counters in Smash is great and is being not really realized by anybody other than, Incineroar. But yeah, I think there would need to be some changes to Freeze to make it more fair, because Freeze in Smash is a little bit strong when it comes to, being able to break out of it. It's much harder to break out of a frozen state than it is a buried state, for example. I would make it a pseudo-bury, if anything, where it looks like ice, but it's actually a bury state where you basically just have to, mash out of it normally. Though I will say it's definitely something that would be effective later on in a stock and not as effective early on. Bury effects don't really do jack shit in Smash until your opponent is at least past 80 to 90%. Because most good players are so good at mashing that they could easily break out of a bury state before that time frame. So if it's a frozen counter, but not, freeze effect, Smash Freeze, it's something brand new made for this character that's a cross between the regular freeze and burying, that's fine. But anyways, Final Smash, Cryonic Impaler. Rundus shoots a beam of ice spikes and a cinematic cutscene appears. A giant ice spike appears on the ground beneath the opponent, starts to impale them. And as they start to rise, then Rundus surfs around the target, shooting at the opponent, ending with Rundus posing. It's straightforward. I'm pretty sure that a lot of this is kind of a reference to something that happens in Metroid Prime 3. I would come up with a way to make the cinematic, end with spectacular fashion. Maybe he does he makes a blade of ice on his hand and he cuts the ice in half. He causes it to shatter, and then the impaled opponent is then launched away from the force of the ice, breaking apart. Something along those lines. I think it's in the right spot. Just needs a little bit more time in the oven. And yeah, since there's no colors or victory animations or anything along those lines, that's Rundus. And I think that for somebody that's not super familiar with Moveset design, I think you got a lot of things right well on your first try, and I look forward to seeing what you come up with in the future. Even if you want to take this design, keep adding on to it and like resubmit it somewhere down the line, that's perfectly fine. But yeah, I think you did a good job, Levi, and I thank you for submitting. Did you like Nemesis? I haven't gotten to Nemesis yet. As a matter of fact, Nemesis is next. We're not going to spin the wheel this time. Also, to those submitting, I just looked over my Discord and I see people submitting more for Clear for Battle. I'll wait until the stream's over to submit anything, because at the end of the stream, what I'm going to do is I'm going to like cut off the section and be like, this is now the submission point for the next Clear for Battle. Anybody that wants to submit their stuff, this is where you want to do it, blah blah blah. So yeah, just if you're looking to submit stuff for the next Clear for Battle already, just wait until the stream's over. Okay, so this is Keel's Concepts #1, Nemesis T-Type. This was the very first submission for Clear for Battle, which is why I felt that, you know, since this person was the very first person to get in their work, feel that they, while I do not want to make this a first come first serve basis, I do think that since they were the first person to get their foot in the door, that they do deserve the right to have their moveset reviewed. But yes, Smash Brothers has always been one of my favorite games of all time. I'm even making my own crossover fan game as you're reading this, despite it being a traditional fighting game along the lines of Marvel vs. Capcom. I wish you luck. MVC is probably my favorite fighting game franchise of all time. Which I am open for help if anyone wants to, and as soon as I heard about Felicia Fan's little Challenger Concepts review thingamabobby, I couldn't pass it up, but that comes at one high cost. Simply put, I'm not good at it. It's okay. None of us were when we started. But I decided I'd give it a shot despite my fairly low intelligence level. So I decided to do my first Challenger concept. Name's a little work in progress. Little edit, but I'm changing the name to Keel's Concepts. Keel's Challenger Concepts has the initials of a certain group of people I don't want to be affiliated with. Fair. Based on a game that I've always been too scared to play, before I got around to it, I give you Nemesis T-Type from the Resident Evil series. I like that it's the Ultimate Marvel render. Probably my favorite render of Nemesis. Nemesis has been interesting to me when it comes to the possibility of making it into Smash Bros. As a character. Would he be too powerful, too bad, too creepy? I don't think that those are any factors that need to be taken into account. I don't think that those are aspects that people really look at when they're looking for newcomers in Smash. But Resident Evil has always been a bit iffy to me if I could ever make it into a family-friendly game like Smash, but then again, the first shot of Bayonetta we got in Smash 4 was a close-up of her butt in that skin-tight suit, so I'd say the Nemesis has an equal chance of getting in as her. The only problem with Nemesis getting into Smash is that he has to compete with Wesker and Leon. Like, that's the big thing about Nemesis. I definitely think that Resident Evil could be in Smash any day. Like, any day. But he'd have to compete with, like, the two most popular characters in the series. The bioorganic weapon of destruction is meant to play as if you're playing as an immovable giant, with some of the heaviest hitting attacks in the game, and having several ways to counterattack and pressure puny humans trying to take it down. But what it lacks is a good ability to move quick. That's interesting. I'll get into why that is in a little bit. He's a massive powerhouse, but he's also a bit of a trapper with his disjointed attacks and a special that stuns his opponents. His moveset is kind of bland, but he's just that. He doesn't want to do any cooler and funny combos. He wants you dead. As for stats, well, three things you need to know about me are that I'm lots of fun and bad with numbers. In terms of mobility options, Nemesis would have 2 jumps and nothing else. That's fair. Character mechanic. Gotta confess, I couldn't think of anything. That caddy reference is definitely how I feel when I wake up with a case of frickin' writer's block. Are you looking for one? Before I move on, do you think this character design needs one? Because not every character inherently needs a mechanic. Usually a character's mechanic can just be a visual thing that makes them different from the other characters around them. I did want to give Nemesis character mechanic if he struggles with speed. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna do something that I thankfully have access to. Give me a second. Something to, help maybe jog a couple of ideas. And I might do this for others too, if I have things available. I'm gonna just I'm just gonna open something. Something that might, help you out a little bit. As soon as you hear the music, you're going to know exactly what it is.
Capcom presents Marvel Comics.
Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3.
Give me a second. I just want to turn it down a little bit, because this is going to probably be a little loud. Just going to turn it down the volume mixer before I bring it up. Yeah, thankfully we have a game that just so happens to be a perfect place to look at potential of Nemesis in a fighting game.
Welcome to the world of Marvel vs. Capcom 3. The world's greatest heroes are all here. Lay claim to your glorious victory.
Just bring up some random ass characters. Yes, my game is modded. I'll bring up Leon too, why not? Yes, Nemesis. Well, first off, Nemesis' entire thing is that he's a big boy, as you can see. Takes up he's the biggest Capcom character in the game. But what's funny about you saying he has speed, he doesn't have speed, the big thing about Nemesis in Resident Evil 3 is that he's very good at just like randomly showing up when you least expect him. So kind of, I don't think he'd need to be slow, because check out his freaking dash in this game. He's got a freaking far dash. And Nemesis' entire thing, he just hits you really hard. If you're looking for something that maybe, you know, add more to normals, his entire thing is that, at least classic Nemesis, because I know, you know, there is remake Nemesis, but people unanimously love classic Nemesis way more. Instead of just, you know, just hit him, or you could just, you know, hit him with a rocket launcher. But Nemesis' entire main thing in this game, aside from, you know, command grab, is that he's basically like the wall splat king, because he has so many abilities to just do this. Just sink to the other side of the screen and bounce off the wall. Still got to move the launcher up into the air, bounce you off the floor. He also got to move the launch again, launch into the wall. Also, another thing that's unique to Nemesis, he is technically a grappler because, again, got this. He can basically do this. And he has ways of covering his approach, which is slow, because he has tentacles. Also launch it forward in the air as well. And you can combo off of it. Nemesis is also, like, big thing is that he just does not give a shit if he gets hit. Like, for example, I'll do this. Just record it. I did the wrong move. Hang on a second. I need him to do... Why are you doing the dash? I didn't tell you the dash. Just do it. Okay, now do it again. Nemesis don't care. Nemesis' entire thing is he's got big damage, he's got armor for days, and he just hits you as hard as he fucking can. It's got some big ass feet. But Nemesis' big thing is that while his like base damage is extremely high, because I mean, like, look how much health I take from Magneto in like one combo. The big thing about Nemesis is that since he's a command grab oriented character, so much of his damage is really badly scaled. So while he has like really high base damage, his entire thing is that his combo damage is really bad. I did want to make Nemesis a character that's kind of rough up close. No, rough isn't the word to describe it. He's dangerous up close. Yeah, rough is usually a way to describe things, is like he's bad up close. Because like the entire like point of a majority of RE3 is like, you don't want to be near this guy. This guy's just going to be pursuing you. He doesn't really have weapons outside of his rocket launcher in the original. I know in the remakes he gets more stuff to play around with, but most people just prefer him to have this. Which, you know, he can use as a projectile. He can also launch it upwards. In Marvel Infinite, he's allowed to hold the gun, like hold the rocket launcher before he shoots it. It's like bait. Yeah, Nemesis just not care, stay away from him. I repeat, stay away from him. Basically, you just don't want him to be anywhere near you. Which I think, you know, fits, you know, the grappler archetype pretty well. Even if he is a very unconventional grappler. I did want to at least give him a few things from Remake Nemesis, but in terms of his appearance, he's strictly classic since I know people adore that version. Yeah, this is the version that everybody loves. Yeah, I thought I would just, bring this up to just show that there is a very good spot just to use as a reference point for Nemesis. He is a little gross, he's got tentacles and stuff. He is, sputtering his tentacle blood all over the place when he does stuff like this, but people don't care. People just like a funny Muppet-looking man who yells stars and, punches people really hard. Being mutated really makes you classy. I mean, he's technically more intelligent than Mr. X. And if you want a recovery special, that huge jump is something. I think that since there isn't really a recovery special for Nemesis in like any of these games, just his ability to like show up when you least expect them could technically work. But yeah, I think you get the point of what I'm looking for here. Yeah, that's just something to go off of. Hello, Pod Plant. Are currently on concept number 3. It's just showing off a couple of things in Marvel 3, to help, possibly get some ideas flowing for Nemesis in a fighting game. But basically, if you want a mechanic for Nemesis, super armor would probably be it. Just like a heavy amount of armor and a lot of stuff. Get something simple, it's passive, you can give it a lot of different names. But he is basically just a walking, immovable object that, yeah, you can knock him down, but he's always going to get back up. Or use his tentacle arms as a tether recovery. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you could use his tentacles as a tether recovery too. That's a thing as well. But yes, Nemesis' basic attacks are supposed to be his big damage dealing attacks. While most of them aren't high priority, they can still somehow combo into each other if you know how to handle Nemesis' terrible movement. Jab, Nemesis winds back and punches forward with brute force. So it's a single punch. I think that it doesn't need to be a single punch. I think that maybe, you like a series of 3, and then maybe you whack him with the rocket launcher to launch him away. Be something simple. I do find Nemesis punching people very funny, though. Remake Nemesis in Dead by Daylight is very fun because you are basically just a giant angry gorilla who chases around teenagers and punches them in the back of the head, and it's very funny. But single hit jabs can be sick, but what if it was a chargeable single hit jab, like a wind-up punch? That could work. I could see that working. Also, for those of you coming in, Caddy is not part of the moveset, it's just a joke. Yes, it's just, I can't think of anything, I'm sorry. I think maybe just adding on a little bit to it. Maybe, some fashion. Maybe if you hold it, you get like a tentacle to like extend the range of it or something along those lines. Or instead of it being a punch, it's like a whip. Because that is something that Nemesis does a lot of, and that's basically his secondary ability in Dead by Daylight, where you ready a tentacle by holding down a button, and then you get to whip it. It does like big damage and gives you way more range than you normally have. Side tilt, Nemesis winds back a fist and delivers a powerful head-level punch forward for firing a rocket from his rocket launcher. Oh, so it's Clothesline Rocket from Marvel 3. I don't know how I feel about a rocket launcher shot being on a side tilt. Like a projectile like that being on a side tilt. But I definitely think that the wind-up punch of Clothesline Rocket is perfectly fine for a side tilt, even if you just want to make it like the light version where it's just the punch and not the rocket launcher shot. Maybe you could have it so that if his neutral special or something along those lines is the rocket launcher shot, you can cancel into the punch. You can cancel from the punch into the rocket shot. Maybe, something there. Up tilt, Nemesis delivers an overhead arcing hook punch. That's perfectly fine. Nemesis stands slightly and delivers a strong arcing kick forward, similar to how he kicks a down Jill in the gut in the RE3 remake. I do not remember that. I do not remember a lot of the RE3 remake. I also don't remember a lot of basic Nemesis because most of the things I've seen of RE3 Nemesis is people modding things onto Nemesis, like the Imposter, and calling him Nemesis. Bad joke aside, I think that it's fine. If you want an alternative, there is his crouching hook punch where he does like a low to high that can be used as an anti-air in some fashion. But I think that that's perfectly fine. Forward smash, Nemesis takes out a deadly machine gun and delivers a volley of shots forward. Now, when it normally comes to weapons on smash attacks, I'm usually against them. Specifically because you have to have the anticipation of what the character is going to do, and then you do it. I think that the reason that a character like Me Gunner can get away with having a projectile-focused forward smash the way they do is since it's all in their arm, they can reel back the arm and then show themselves throwing themselves forward before they shoot. You get a lot of the body language of it's still an attack that's clearly meant to thrust themselves forward and attack. Your Nemesis pulling out a gun to attack feels weird. Honestly, I think I would just stick with him punching people. Maybe instead of pulling out the machine gun, he just does a very freaking powerful punch with his rocket launcher arm. Maybe a punch surrounded by tendrils. You know what? Yeah. You remember that combo? The hyper combo that went through Magneto's super to keep hitting him? At the very end of that, Nemesis basically does a huge punch with his arm encased in tendrils to make it more powerful. Something along those lines could definitely work. Up smash. Nemesis thrusts his palm upwards, releases a volley of nightmarish tendrils, which lash around, dealing a string of damage before launching opponents. I mean, Nemesis does do stuff like that in Marvel 3. He does have a command grab, which basically just goes directly over his head. But I don't know how I feel about it being an up smash, because while the tendrils do help him with range, it's kind of hard to show the force of the tendrils in that sense, because they aren't really designed to do that. They are they're like a whip. You throw it out, you hit somebody really hard with it, and he retracts it back to himself. Or, you know, you can be like Brad, I think is what his name was, and get it through his skull at the beginning of RE3. I mean, it can make him like his S. You know what? That's actually fair. I was actually going to also say that could be a potential thing, you know. Push the tendrils into the ground, they like burst out, launch the opponent upward. That's not a bad idea. And then down smash, Nemesis lifts his fist high into the air and slams both of them downwards, brute force. In front of wherever he is facing, this can spike. So it's a one-sided down smash. I think that Nemesis having a one-sided down smash is an interesting weakness that I definitely think is something that a character like him having makes a lot of sense, because, you know, avoiding him from the front and getting behind him is a big part of avoiding Nemesis at all in both versions of RE3. It's meant to be like Kazuya's down smash. Yeah, that makes sense. But maybe instead of doing, I think maybe instead of using both hands, maybe just use one and it's holding the rocket launcher. Because while that rocket launcher is a very useful projectile, Nemesis has shown that he's not afraid to hit people with it. It is just as much a blunt weapon as it is a explosive ordnance. Maybe, you know, big overhead slam him into the floor. So you're hitting them with both the strength of Nemesis and the probably 350-pound rocket launcher. He'll attack with anything he gets his hands on. Yeah, which is usually just... I think the only thing he gets in RE3, the original, is a rocket launcher. I might be wrong. But before he like starts to mutate and shit, I think he... I do think it's just a rocket launcher. And that dash attack, Nemesis rushes forward with his elbow, shoulder, and slamming into a slamming lunge attack. That's perfectly fine. That makes sense. That's also something Nemesis is shown to do in the RE games and in Marvel vs. Capcom. I wonder where he even got a rocket launcher. It was distributed to him by Umbrella. Like, the Umbrella Corporation gave him the rocket launcher. If Operation Raccoon City is to be believed. Ariel, should Nemesis get in the air with his not so good jump height? Oh, I forgot. I'm gonna turn back on the music. The music is gone. Oh, by the way, this guy doesn't really speak in his moveset. I mean, that's fair. Nemesis doesn't really speak in general. He just goes, "Arr, arr." Oh, and stars. But, you know, there are no Stars members playable in Smash. So, no stars. Though it'd be funny if he said stars when riding on like a warp star or something. I don't know. Neutral air. Nemesis roars as tendrils lash out from all over his body, lashing out and attacking in all directions. This is by far his safest get-off tool and the very safe landing option. So it's like his jumping heavy from Marvel 3. Very good choice. And it definitely feels like a neutral air, even in that game. Forward air. Nemesis lashes out tendril forward in a slashing motion from his palm. works. It's like a cross between Marvel 3's Tendril and Dead by Daylight's Tendril, and that seems perfectly fine, you know. Basically uses it like a whip, like a sword. Imagine Nemesis yelling out stars when grabbing a Starman. Would fit. Nemesis lashes out. Yeah, okay. Back air. 3 tendrils sprout out of the back of Nemesis and stab backwards with brutal force. That works. But I think maybe just, you know, charting around in midair and just being like, just like punching them in some way would be probably a lot better and a lot more funny. Up air, Nemesis unleashes tendrils from both of his hands and delivers an upward attack where he extends both his palms and tendrils straight upwards and finally separates them in opposite arcing directions. I think maybe just one tentacle in one hand in like an arcing motion above him is more than enough. Or hell, if you want to just like have it stab straight upwards like Simon does with his whip, I think that's also perfectly fine. I don't think he needs both. If only because of the fact that I don't think he needs an off-the-top kill confirm. I think that makes way more sense that Nemesis's kill potential is way more horizontal than it is vertical. Specifically because of the fact that, you know, there's no vertical, like, stuff like that in the Resident Evil games in York. It's purely what's in front of you that matters. In down air, Nemesis lifts his knees to his chest and comes plummeting straight downward with all of his weight. Travels straight downward until he hits the surface. Until he hits a surface. That works. Honestly, I would just take out the fast fall aspect and just make it like a Ganondorf down smash. I think that Nemesis killing somebody with his size 26 boots would be very funny. Bro's got some big ass feet. So what have we already covered? Before this, we did Freddy Fazbear and Rundus. And this is number 3. Seeing a giant flesh beast about to stomp you to the bottom blast zone is horrifying. True. But what if he misses? Grab and throws. Grab. Nemesis reaches forward and grabs with one arm. But it's Nemesis. I mean, the blast zone doesn't discriminate. Man, woman, or mutated monster. If you touch that thing, you're a goner. Though I do think the concept of Nemesis just like standing in midair and going down really fast into the blast zone is very funny. Yes, he reaches forward and grabs with one arm, wrapping his tendrils around the opponent in terms of its throws. Good luck surviving them. I think him having a tether grab makes a lot of sense, and it actually gives him another great way of recovering, since I'm pretty sure this allows him to grab ledges as well. Pummel. Nemesis bashes foe's face onto its knee. Nemesis grabs his foe by a face, covers their face with a hand, and launches them with an explosion of weird green goop. Well, at least it's better than getting a tentacle through their forehead. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think that's pretty close to what his throw is in Marvel. That was like that's like one of his most impactful things, because that's the first time you ever see Nemesis on screen, is when he drops down, grabs the guy by the head, and then just freaking kills him with a tentacle out the back of his forehead. But yeah, I think that works fine. Back throw, Nemesis grabs the foe by the neck, turns around, slams him into the ground, incredibly aggressive. Very fitting for Nemesis. Up throw, Nemesis increases the grip on the foe before causing the foe to be shot upwards with a volcano of green crap, or sniping them out of the air with his rocket launcher. I don't know if you need the rocket launcher shot, but maybe like instead of shooting them upwards, you like drag them along the floor and then you launch them upwards. You know, I said bread earlier. I wasn't sure if it was bread, but thank you for confirming it was bread. Bread. Nemesis grabs the foe by the head, jumps up into the air, and slams the foe onto the ground. This throw cannot launch at all, but doesn't bury foes either. It just leaves them in a crumpled state similar to Ryu and Ken's focus attacks, allowing for Nemesis to get a follow-up. I think that more throws having stuff like soft knockdown or crumple is something that I want to see more of in Smash. And I think that it would be, you know, it's a nice reward since I'm assuming Nemesis's grab speed is very slow. So, you know, rewarding his big grab range but slow grab range with a potential to set up guaranteed damage, I think befits a grappler. Or at least the kind of character that Nemesis is portrayed to be as in this design. That happens to you with a giant fleshy freak. Really, I don't think you're gonna want to get back up. Pick Nemesis if you have a grudge against your opponent. Well, usually if you have a grudge against your opponent, you just go Sonic. You hit them once and you never let them hit you again. Specials. Now we're getting into the high priority stuff. These moves are possibly the key to playing Nemesis correctly. Master them and you'll be much more of a force to be reckoned with. Neutral special. Rocket launcher. Nemesis takes aim with a rocket launcher. You can aim this one before launching. You cannot remote control the rocket. Hold special. Nemesis will take aim, which is represented by a red guiding laser. You can then aim before releasing special, at which point Nemesis will fire a fast-moving rocket forward. It deals explosive damage if it makes contact with an opponent. I think that makes a ton of sense, and I think if you have the ability to cancel into this from several of his normals, it could be way, way scarier. Since, you know, this is a straightforward projectile, I'm assuming this isn't, you know, on the same explosive potential as Nikita, for example. Nemesis needs some way to approach. I think that this definitely helps, and, you know, just passive armor in general also tends to, you know, help with that. Side special, Flamethrower. Nemesis takes out a lethal flamethrower and delivers a stream of fire forward. You can aim and move the flamethrower up and down as you hold side special. And the flamethrower releases a steady stream of fire forward, slightly longer and further than Bowser and Charizard's Flame Breath. While Nemesis's flamethrower reaches further and lasts longer before getting smaller than the other characters who have Flame Breath abilities, it comes at the cost of Nemesis having a gasoline tank connected to its back. If Nemesis takes enough damage, at least 15% while using the flamethrower, or he's hit by a fire attack, gasoline backpack will explode in a fire explosion that will deal heavy damage to opponents nearby, and most of Nemesis after the explosion. There will be a 10-second cooldown before Nemesis can use the flamethrower attack again. I like this, but I think I might have a way of making it more, you know, terrifying. First off, I would take away the backpack weakness. I know that is specifically from RE3, and it's based on one of the boss fights where you have to get behind Nemesis, shoot his back, in order to make the gas canister explode. I wanted to give the man something from the remake. In my opinion, you want to know what you do with this? You keep the design, let Nemesis move forward with it, but slowly. You are a slow-moving wall of damage that can intimidate your foe into doing something reckless, You have the ability to destroy smaller projectiles, so you're technically safe from a lot of things as you approach. But if you get hit through it, I think that the damage you take will be increased, because instead of having it so you take 15% damage if you're hit by, if you take 15% damage, it explodes. I think if you take any damage when you're moving forward, you'll basically be put in like a heavy hit stun state. But you have the tool, but the way the tool works, if you use it effectively, you will never be put in that situation. So you get the opportunity to move forward and constantly deal damage, but if you misplace yourself or use it at the wrong time, you basically leave yourself open to taking some serious damage. It's high risk, but it's also very high reward. And if used effectively, the weaknesses are negligible. I kind of needed to make Nemesis a scary character to approach, but he's scary when he approaches you. All the more reason to go to the design like this. I think giving Nemesis the opportunity to put the fear of God in his foe is something very fitting for his, design as a horror character. Cutting off sections of the stage, forcing him to think on the fly. Just something to think about. The idea could probably be reworked a little bit, but I think that it's definitely, it also helps differentiate it from the rocket launcher, because having two moves that you can aim up and down, like two projectile themed moves you can aim up and down on the same button, on like two different buttons, is a little redundant in my opinion. So differentiating them in some fashion is the best way to go. And I think that that's probably the best way to do it. But I like the idea. And I think that if that was one thing to pull from Remake Nemesis, that was probably the thing to pull. Other than maybe like the final boss fight form and stuff like that. Up special, Tendril Lash. Nemesis retracts into a large nightmare's tendril and lashes upwards. The special is a tether that can attack onto ledges and pull Nemesis upwards. If the tendril latches onto an opponent, Nemesis will pull bow to him, and he can act out of the move by using one of his throws onto the opponent. It will actually deal more damage the higher up the opponent was, meaning if Nemesis grabs the foe at the peak of the height of the tendril, when he performs one of the throws, it will deal almost double the amount of initial damage and will make it extra dangerous for opponents that want to counterattack. I don't think there's a single move in Smash that puts you in a grab state after you get it that isn't a grab itself. I genuinely love this idea, but the only thing you're going to need to do now is you need to differentiate this tendril tether from your actual grab tendril tether. That's like the only thing, that's the only problem I have with it. You need to make them distinct from each other in at least some fashion. I don't know how you would do that, but that's my only grievance with that design. I think for the most part, the idea is really good. I think that there should be more moves in Smash that do put you into grab states if you manage to land them. But you just need to differentiate the grab from the special, and once you do that, I think you're golden. And for down special, we have Infernal Screech. Nemesis lets out a loud screech that sends a short-range shockwave forward. The screech deals damage, no knockback to opponents facing him. This will deal double damage if the opponent is facing away from Nemesis, and take flinching damage, while opponents facing Nemesis will be stunned momentarily. With the higher damage they have, the longer the stun. So it's like Disable, in a sense. I think that's definitely an interesting idea. I do like that a lot, but I feel like there's a better way to do it. I've always wanted to dabble with the idea that there are moves that force you to look in a direction if you're in its area of effect. Less moves that are dependent on which direction you're facing, more something that forces you to look in one direction if you're in the area of effect. Like a taunt, essentially. You are forced to turn around and look at the opponent you're looking at that's in your area of effect. I think maybe adding that idea to it and making it harder for the opponent to run away in the opposite direction would be a good way of compensating. Maybe get rid of the stun, but just, to add a bit of horror to it, they have a harder time moving away from Nemesis because they're fucking terrified. It's essentially a slow debuff. And it will, somewhat make up for how slow you are and allow you to approach better. Sorry, that was my GameCube controller. Allow you to approach better and all that. I don't think you need to be stunned, but just you're terrified, you want to run away, but you just are so scared you don't know how. It's definitely an interesting idea, and I do think that somebody mentioned this in my design for Pyramid Head, where the idea of taking control away from the player is a great way of expressing horror, and I wholeheartedly agree. So maybe, that slight loss of control, or making control harder, but has like a downtime where you can't do it all the time. Like, you did it once, you're gonna have to wait 7 seconds or 6 to 7 seconds to do it again. It's not super long. But it's just long enough so they can't be spammed over and over again. I like the idea. I just don't think that you need to, stun the opponent. I think if you already got a grab that gives you guaranteed setups, you don't need a move that stuns. And his super, or final smash, is Fatal Mutation. Nemesis quickly transforms into his nightmarish final mutation form from the RE3 remake. After transforming into the hulking beast, Nemesis lets out a grueling roar, which paralyzes opponents all around and nearby Nemesis, while also delivering damage. After letting out the roar, Nemesis leans back on all fours before rushing forward across the stage. If an opponent is not KO'd by the lunge, they'll have a poison effect placed onto them. Very nice reference to Marvel Infinite, by the way. After lunging forward, Nemesis lands back where he started the super by slamming back into his position, dropping from high on up. Yeah, I think that's barely, fitting. I'm glad you went with the RE3 remake Final Mutation, because I do think that unironically is better designed than the original. The Final Mutation of the original RE3 looks a little weird. But yeah, I think that Final Smash is perfectly suitable for Nemesis. I think it's, big, it's terrifying. Gives you extra effects after it ends if it doesn't KO. be even more fun if, you could follow up after it, because you could actually do that in Marvel Infinite with Nemesis, and that was like a big part of his combo rotation. Just a heads up, if you cover my moveset, I will likely not be here. If you cover it or not, it's fine either way, but I may not be able to explain things if I'm not here. Well, I'm not in control of that. That's the wheel's choice. That's fine, Camp. If you won't be here, I think maybe giving me edit access would be fine, so that I can like leave like notes. But yeah, that's perfectly fine. Watch the GameCube control again next. And then you got the extra aesthetics, Nemesis T-Type, red, blue, yellow, green, white, and black, and the Burn Nemesis, which is basically his alternate costume, very fitting. Nemesis lands with a heavy thud onto the stage from up high. After landing, he slowly straightens out his tall and hulking figure as he marches stars and gets ready for battle. Very fitting. Nemesis arcs backwards and lets out a roar as tendrils extend from his chest and back and lash out in directions before retracting. Be nice if that could harm opponents, because I think more taunts harming opponents would be nice in Smash. Up taunt. Nemesis stares forward into the camera's screen and shouts stars. Down taunt, Nemesis clenches his fists and lets out a growl. Those all work. Nemesis lands heavily on the screen and lets out a massive roar before staring into the camera. Nemesis ignites the screen ablaze with his flamethrower before looking into the camera and aiming at the camera while the background's ablaze, reference to the opening screen of RE3 Remake. And Nemesis lumbers onto the victory screen. His tendrils retract out of his back and hands as he growls stars. Lost, Nemesis kneels, looking down the feet as he tries to recover and heal. Very, nice touch to when you actually do knock him out of commission for a little bit in either game. Overall, Nemesis is a character that makes the player afraid to counterattack, because if they try to and whiff, their stock is just gone like poof. Like, damn, Houdini. For the first time, this was bad. This is just I think you did just fine. This is just my dipping my feet into the water of making movesets. I feel this could be done much, much better, but given enough feedback, I can probably make my moveset for Nemesis even better despite my intellect. As for who's up next, I got someone you shouldn't take lightly, someone who knows what he's doing despite being down on his luck. Yo, it's my man Frank. I mean, he's covered wars, I'm interested to see what you would do with Frank. Because Frank, well, I know that there are some people that legitimately hate Frank in the Versus series, specifically because of the fact that Frank is technically responsible for Leon never being in a fighting game. But I personally love Frank in TVC and the Versus series, like a lot. Or someone else. Dante's also a very good choice. Frank West, Willamette Zombie Short, Dante the Devil Hunter Extraordinaire. I look forward to either, and overall I say you did a fantastic job. Honestly, I think you definitely understand the character of Nemesis quite well. I'm doing my Capcom mains in the Versus series for my first ever moveset. That's fair. Always warms my heart to see somebody else that, gives Frank a shot, because I know Frank is a very, demanding character in the Versus series. Either game. I never could get into Frank in Infinite, but I love Frank in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. I was a little scared going in and wanted to make Nemesis as Nemesis-y as possible. I think you accomplished it. I think you definitely understand the character quite well. I think you understand what the character should be like. There are definitely a couple of rough spots, but I think you're just starting out, and I expect rough spots from people that just starting this for the first time. I think that you did, but I think you did a fine job, and I hope to see either Frank or Dante at some point in the future for another episode of this. So yeah, I think you did a good job, and I thank you for being the first person to submit for this series. I think that you're going to go far. Excuse me, I need to blow my nose. All right, 3 down. Let the wheel of fate spin again, and let's see who's next. All right, our next character is actually the last entrant who got in before the poll closed. It's good old Tetris. The ever-building tower. Before I go forward, is the person who made this moveset here today? Just so you know, I can differentiate you from your name on Discord. If they're not here, that's still fine. I can still, you know, this will still be here for them to watch. I'd also just like to say that I can't tell what your name is on Discord because my Discord currently has it so that when I'm streaming it removes names. Let's hope that this isn't a Brawl Fan Monica type kit. Even if it is, we're here to help. You know, build these into things that, you know, are better design. That's the entire point. But Tetris, the ever-building tower. Tetris will have a unique gimmick/function to which I call the Tetris effect. A gimmick and playstyle that is modeled after the gameplay and gaming philosophy of their home series. To put it simply, it would be like the Tetris blocks are actually performing a game of Tetris while battling Smash fighters. To begin with, Tetris' fall speed and air acceleration is highly unique compared to the entire Smash Bros. Roster. Just like in their game, they fall one increment at a time. Although they can fall rapidly by holding down on the analog stick, and have quick horizontal air acceleration. That makes sense. Their character is a single Tetramino. It will always start as the T block, but their form can change depending on the last input it physically changes their appearance, attack, shield, dodge, etc. They input, attack, yes. For example, they do a jab command halfway through, there'll be an S or a Z block until their next input. This doesn't change anything besides their height and crouching ability, so all the stats are the same, that's perfectly fine. If it changed things way too much, I would probably have a problem, but you know, since these are all generally like the same shapes, their hitboxes are roughly around the exact same size, so that's not much of a problem. Oh, that's fine, Nicholas. Just yeah, your moveset's up. We're just starting yours. For example, throughout the fight, Tetramino will constantly shift through their block types. Tetramino can also manifest other Tetraminos to manifest in battle, both in its special abilities and basic attack animations. I hope, and this is just a hope because I haven't seen it yet, I hope that while that's the case, and I don't mind it, being able to summon other Tetraminos is fine. One of the biggest things that I think is important is that these are very clearly color coded for players, and the others are color coded for non-players. Like if the colors, like if the player Tetramino has colors and the summoning ones don't, I think that's fine. I think if they're all different colors, it's going to be very difficult to keep track of which one's the player and which one isn't. Combination to its unique airspeed alongside its neutral special side special, and optionally its up special, Tetramino will float slowly downwards as it places blocks around the field. If a row is completed, a wave of energy will be emitted from said row and acts as an attack. The more rows that get completed at a single time, the more powerful this attack is. Their spawn rate is way slower than Steve's block placement, and has more health than it does. They also have a certain area of where the blocks can spawn similar to Steve's ability. There could be an algorithm to ease the building process. I think that always showing your opponent which block is next is probably the best way to do it. Like a little icon next to like the Tetramino's health bar, it's like, this block's next. So you better watch out for where this block's gonna go. They also have a certain area of where the blocks can spawn similar to Steve's ability. Sorry if this sucks, I tried to make it work. Can't judge anything yet because I haven't seen the moveset in action. But from what it sounds like this is a stage control character with a lot of options for closing off areas of the stage and making it generally difficult for your opponents to approach you. My idea is have the non-playable Tetraminos be dull or muted colors. I think just having them be like white or black is probably the best thing, because that contrasts the most with actual colors. Like white, various shades of gray and black, because it doesn't matter which color they are. All you need to know is that that's not the thing you should be fighting against. Height is around Kirby's height. I would make him a little taller. Maybe the Tetramino could be around like Toon Link or Young Link. Like they're still small, but they're not too small. Like Kirby's very small. Gray is the garbage block color. I know, but sometimes you need to come up with compromises when translating media to different types of, formats. He's between Samus and Piranha Plant, but he's the size of Kirby. Again, I'd make him bigger. Also, maybe not make him as heavy as Samus or Piranha Plant, because Piranha Plant's like 112 and Samus is like 108. Maybe bring him down to like Cloud, which is like a flat 100. I think a flat 100 is probably the heaviest I would go for a character of this size. Walk and dash around Duck Hunts, that's fine. 2 jumps. No unique airspeed. Fast fall similar to Ridley's. No crawl, no wall jump or cling. Yeah, Piranha Plant's bordering super heavy. I think that like Cloud is like right. The weight of Cloud at like 100 is the best spot. If you want to go super heavy, like heavy-ish. Like 99 or 100 is the highest I would go for a character of that size. I would make them lighter. From the design I've seen so far, that's what I'm going with. Depending on where the actual moveset goes, I'll probably either say make them lighter or heavier. So, I at least want to see what the moveset's design is before, you know, I say anything else regarding stats. Alternates between an S block, an Z block, and for rapid jab, or ending with an L block laying on its side. Okay. While I don't mind the pieces changing, readability between moves in Smash or any fighting game in general is extremely important. Like, one of the biggest problems people have with Steve, when, you know, it's not stuff that can easily be beaten by picking a counter pick, it's that a lot of his moves are not super, like, cohesive and, like, easy to read. So my main question is, how do the pieces transition between each type of piece for an attack? If you want my opinion on how you would do it, I think the best way to do it is have the piece actually manipulate and change shape like mid-attack, but not only change shape, but also change color. Like shift from a yellow to a green and like go down the color spectrum from yellow to green while changing into the piece that's green. Like, for example, like let's say that like it's Z, you said a Z piece, which is one of these, or it could be this, either or, and into O piece. Like, or an L piece. So while the attack is transitioning into another attack, the shape will change into this decently quick, so you know it's not like super slow, but the color shifting from this to this tells you that this is the piece that's going to attack you. So therefore, as a player, you know that if you see the Tetris piece changing from this to this, that you know how to react to it. Like, cohesiveness is very, very important with stuff like this in these types of games. That's what I was thinking too, but I forgot to mention it. It's perfectly fine. I'm just trying to, figure it out because it's not laid out or explained. But I'm glad to see that your idea is similar. Yeah, I think that if that's the way it's done, I think that's perfectly fine. Like, that's, straightforward. Shifts on L block to the tallest part of the block, touching the opponent. Oh, so it's like an L block laying on its side, but it flips around so that the other end, it basically is laying like this, but then it flips around to look like this. While it's doing that, I would make it change color. So like the L shape looking like this will always look like this when it's facing this way, and always look like this when it's facing that way. Yeah, that's fine. Shift from blue to yellow, blue to orange. Up tilt shifts into an L block. Honestly, I think a better idea would be shift into the line block, and like flip upwards. Or, transition from color into this aqua color, and then, flip up, hit the opponent, lock them upwards. Probably be better for that. Shifts to a T block. Shifts into a T block shifted slightly from its previous version. I can see this going from this to this for forward tilt. I can see this being made the up tilt. This one's a little stumpy. I get that you need to, have you need to have specific pieces made for specific moves because you need to have, to be able to make the lines effectively. I think that works in that sense. Oh, position. I'm just trying to think. Maybe make the Z block the down tilt and the T block the rapid jab. I feel you could get more mileage out of the Z block being the down tilt than the T block being the down tilt. And then the dash shifts the O block spinning around in a choppy and abrupt manner, like from its game. It's kind of hard to design a moveset for the Tetramino, I'm not going to lie to you. But it's okay. That's an okay option. Or maybe even make the O block the rapid jab, because the spinning around in a choppy, abrupt manner is more of its thing. Oh, heads up, I also may be away for a few hours, so if you end up covering my entry, I may not be here to explain things. If that's the case, grant me request access, grant me edit access, and I'll leave notes. Or, you can just watch it. I would make T spinning the dash attack. I would move the Z block to the down tilt. I would move I would make the straight piece here the up tilt. I think shifting the L block to the forward tilt is perfectly fine. Move the O block to the rapid jab, and the T spinning can be the dash attack. If that makes any sense. Also, hi Ender. Yes, I stream. On occasion. Sometimes. But today's a special day. Because it's a day of moveset reviews. On to smash attacks. An O block spawns in front of the Tetramino and crushes what's in front of it. Glad you just made the nice vids. Streaming helps me clear my mind and not, burn out from constantly being behind an editing software like 18 hours a day. Also, I'm at work, so I may be slow to respond. That's fine. Nice to see you doing well for once. It's been almost like every other time I see you that you've been sick or something. Well, I think the last time I did stream, I was sick. Because I was like sick when I came back from Florida. And I still streamed the next day with like a 101.2 fever. Because I'm a fucking idiot. But yeah, the O block spawning in front of the Tetramino and crushing what's in front of it. While I have no problem with, the spawning aspect, because I know dropping the pieces is a very big thing about this. Maybe I think it'd be important to, you know, incorporate some like fun custom animations that maybe aren't, you know, one for one what they would be in like Tetris. Like for example, why not take the L piece and have it whack the O piece forward like a physical projectile that covers range. You hit it like a freaking hockey puck. If that makes any sense. Let me see, moving on. An S block and Z block spawn above the Tetramino and smashes against each other, crushing the opponents. That works better than this. But I definitely think you could do some fun, like some sort of funny animation with it. Like, what if, like, the Tetramino you're using turns into a straight piece, and, like, it's a two-part attack where the pieces clash together, but then you push the pieces upwards in order to launch somebody away. Or you could turn to a T-piece, they clash against you on the ground level, and then you push yourself upward in order to launch foes upwards. You like the hockey puck idea? Nice. I'm just trying to think of, you know, it doesn't have to, you know, always be like dropping pieces and stuff like that. I think that since you're working with a very limited character, that you should be fun. You should have fun with the way that they move. I almost want to picture them sometimes even like conforming and moving like the Snake from Snake. You know, the game where you move around a straight line that keeps getting longer and longer. Something almost like that. Just to, you know, give them a bit more personality. I know, how much personality can you give to a series of 4 squares? But you get the point. Anyway, let me see what the down smash is. A J block and L block spawn on either side of the Tetramino and slam downwards. Again, you want to have fun with it? Have the Tetramino piece jump up, turn to the straight block, and then smack, like it comes down on both the J block and the L block, and that causes a ground pound effect when you hit the floor. You want to have like, try and have like a little bit of fun with the animations. You don't want to make it, you know, too stilted and rough, because then you might as well just be working with an assist trophy. Yeah, I think that's something to like experiment with a little bit, you know. The L and J turning into like a hockey stick and hitting the O block like a hockey puck. Pushing the Z block, the S and Z block that attach to you upwards, and then like using a long piece to smash both the J block and the L block into the floor to create an effect that hits on either side of you simultaneously. Grabs, a collection of garbage. Gray blocks from Tetris 99 encapsulate the fighter. A pummel is squeezing the fighter. I think that's perfectly fine. Makes sense. Could be like an L and a J block that just like holds them in place. I mean, the Crusade devs can make a Tetramino moveset. I'm certain that anyone could make a Tetramino moveset if they try hard enough. True. I just think that I haven't seen very much of that, by the way. I know that it exists, but I have not actually seen it in action. I'm assuming it's pretty decent, since I know the Crusade devs are pretty decent when it comes to their character designs. But yeah, L block spawns in and swings forward. That's perfectly fine. J block spawns in, swings the opponent in the opposite direction. O block spawns in from above and crushes the fighter into the floor. And U block spawns in and punches the fighter upwards, directly upwards. Yeah, those are all perfectly fine. You know, transform into different pieces, launch in certain directions. And I like how you even have the swings forward idea for the L block on the forward throw that you could have incorporated on the forward smash. Aerials, whatever block the Tetramino currently is, will rotate clockwise fast. Very fitting, very normal, very simple, very human, very easy to use. Forward air turned into an L block and swings from up to down. Makes sense. Could also be the I block or the straight piece. I just call it the straight piece. I know it's the I block, but I just call it the straight piece. Swings, turns into a J block and swings from down to up. That'd be nice if that's like a meteor smash. Turns to an I block in a vertical position. Maybe like pushes itself upwards in order to, you know, get a bit more range. Let me see what else. And turn into a T block with a protrusion pointing downwards. I'm surprised it's not like a fast fall with. Now you want, if you wanted. Actually, no. Because of the way the mechanics work, I can't have it. I was gonna say like an O block fast fall, but maybe that doesn't work with the design. Or maybe a T block that like morphs into like the I block. Like the pieces start as a T block and then they push downward and turn into this. I think maybe even incorporating like multiple blocks into certain attacks could be fun. Anyway, let me see the specials. Neutral special. When on the ground, the fighter will place a Tetramino in front of itself. When airborne, it will drop the block downwards with a holographic impression of it, where it will be placed. How it works in Tetris 99. When the blocks fall, they only cause damage if fighters make contact with them on the bottom. They can jump on them as it falls or it's stationary. Tetramino can't get harmed by the crushing and can jump on the blocks too. Now again, I have to ask about, you know, as I said, since it's a very simple character, color is extremely important. I think that every piece should have a specific color, and I think that the blocks that are not you should not have a color that any of the blocks that you can be. If that makes any sense. No. You don't want it to be muddy and unreadable. Again, if you need to make it white blocks, you know, symbolize garbage blocks. But, you know, that's just me. I think that it just needs some sort of like color coordination. Or maybe as somebody mentioned, they can be like the original Game Boy green. So that's like notably different from the color of the actual Tetramino character. Yeah, Isaac, if it's a color that any of the pieces are, don't let the junk pieces that aren't you be those colors. Why did my music stop? Oh. Playlist ended. Oops. Forward special. Side special. Shifts to the next block on the list. If held, a menu will be displayed and the player can choose which block they want to use next. Tapping the forward special rapidly changes the blocks. I feel that's better suited for a down special, because down special is almost solely like the utility button for almost every character in the game. You know, you hold down special, you get a list of the blocks above you, you move the cursor to it, you let go, blah blah blah. Up special. Due to its mechanic, I felt that giving the fighter a proper recovery was too much. Instead, I'll temporarily increase their speed. It has a recharge similar to Wii, breathing exercises, and Wario Waft. I think you can still give them a recovery. Even if it's something that's like a pseudo teleport, where like the piece like disappears and then reappears a set distance above. So it's like a new piece is coming down from the top of the screen. I think you can afford to have a recovery. Because I'm assuming, because as you said, there's going to be limits to where you can build those blocks. And if you're caught off stage without blocks, then it's kind of pointless. Down special. The Tetramino will quickly reach the ground and create a lot of damage. Similar to a Bowser bomber, if done over a spot of blocks where there's an open space, the Tetramino will automatically shift into the block that is needed to fit into the spot. I feel like you could... I honestly feel like this could go here, and this could literally just be a down air. Yeah, I think it could just be a down air. A fast fall down air. Maybe not have it so it shifts into the spot. Because honestly, I think that having a move that automatically shifts into a spot is kind of redundant for the design where you're supposed to properly fit pieces into the right spots. But yeah, I would come up with a new side special and take this and put it over this. And maybe this can involve like garbage blocks in some way. Where like you get to summon like a set of garbage blocks, but you don't get to choose the order in which they spawn. So basically, you're putting more space on the screen. Pieces just rapidly fall, and you can control how they stack to switch up your recovery. Yeah, that works. But yeah, I think like a garbage block special where it's like a big risk / reward where you don't get to pick what blocks they are or like how they'll fit onto what you have, but it's guaranteed to give you more screen space to cough and work with. And maybe even if you get rid of the garbage blocks, they'll deal more damage than normal because you figured out a way to get rid of garbage blocks that you didn't set up specifically yourself. Or just something along those lines. Final Smash. A bunch of Tetraminos fall around the main Tetramino. If any fighter is caught in the initial attack, they get transported to a game of Tetris with large blocks and get tossed around as they start to fit in place. Near the end of the cinematic, the fighter gets trapped in a tighter vertical space where a single L block floats peacefully downwards into the spot and the whole block tower explodes. That works very well. I think everybody would unanimously agree that like an actual game of Tetris is pretty much the go-to Final Smash for Tetramino. If you're looking for an alternative, a Tetris 99 version could definitely work, where it's basically your character is stuck in a box. All of the freaking other 99 combatants are looking or have you targeted, and they all like get a big like score, and they just crush you under like a huge pile of garbage blocks, and you instantly die. Maybe not instantly die, but die over 100% damage or something like that. But I think that this works perfectly fine for a Final Smash. It is a very go-to idea, and I think that there's a reason why it's pretty much the single most used Final Smash for anybody that's made a Tetris-themed Smash moveset. Taunt number 1, Tetramino block shifts through a variety of colors. I mean, that's fine as long as the color it goes back to, is the color it was when the taunt started. That could fuck with a lot of things, like a lot of gameplay elements if you're allowed to just change your color. Turns into an eye block as the two other eye blocks fall beside it, and then they get cleared away like it's in game. That's nice little reference. And they wobble before falling outside, to which it gets back up, perfectly fine. All of these victory animations depend on what Tetramino was last used when they won. And animation will play regardless. Tetramino shifts into a wall of other Tetraminos and fits in, obliterating the row. The Tetramino block standing still like nothing is happening. This can poke fun on the fighter's lack of idle poses and general stiffness that would make Steve pale in comparison. Don't know how I feel about that, but just the stiffness that would make Steve pale in comparison, because that's a very big point of contention with the character's design. A close-up shot of the Tetramino before it zooms out, finishing off a sculpture made up of more Tetramino. This can be anything: a Smash logo, a stick figure, a house, a sword, and it shifts every time this particular victory is achieved. I like that. That's very creative, very fun. And as Potted Plant said, I think that having alternate costumes based on other intellectual properties like Puyo Pop and stuff like that could be funny. Costumes can all be the Tetramino pieces being a single monochromatic color: cyan, blue, orange, yellow, green, purple, and red. That's also an option. It also helps with readability in a match, especially if there's multiple Tetraminos in the same fight. But yeah, I think that this is going towards a good spot. I think that a lot of your ideas are in the right place. I think that they just need to be ironed out a little bit more. I think that you should experiment more with how the blocks could potentially move and how they shift between, the different shapes that you have. While the idea of, single colors is nice, I think that maybe having multicolored blocks just to signify, you know, to the player and their opponents which block is coming next, and having that shift, have the color shift as the block changes shape, probably the best way to go. But yeah, I think that this is getting to a good spot, and if you, when you look this over, you know, review a few things and maybe change a few things around, I would love to see it in another episode of this, because that's another thing, by the way. You can submit the same moveset multiple times, just, you know, taking the lessons that you learned from previous episodes and applying it. If you don't want to go out and make an entirely brand new moveset, just take the stuff that you've learned and, you know, take some time to add things around and then submit it again and see how it turns out. It's perfectly viable for this series. Yeah, I think you did a good job. I would work on a few things, but other than that, I think you are definitely going in the right direction. I could definitely see this working in a combat setting, but I think you just need to, you know, explain things a little bit better in some spots. God, I hope I'm not losing my voice. I might need to go make some tea. We're not at Angry Birds yet. Angry Birds is where on this? They haven't even been chosen yet, but yeah. We're gonna take away Tetris because Tetris is already won. Shuffle the names a little bit. And then, oh god, no, I don't want to turn that on. How many have we done now? 4? I think it's 4. You're not going through them all, are you? The goal was 10 of them. But, depending on how this goes, because, you know, this entire day is a learning day for everybody. It's a learning day for you, for your movesets. It's a learning day for me with how I want to, you know, format this series going forward. I might keep the submissions active for either another episode, or I'll come back in a couple of weeks and finish the ones that I didn't do. Since it's the first time, and I think that since it's the first time, everybody deserves to have their moveset reviewed at least once. But yeah, the goal was 10. Depending on how long this goes for, I can just come back in a couple weeks and we'll do the others. Yeah, okay. Spin the wheel! Okay then. Our next moveset is Toho Girl. Good old Shrine Maiden of Paradise. No, I'd like to just state that I don't know almost anything about Toho. So, while I know a couple of characters, I know it's a very popular shmup series that has branched off into a lot of different things since its inception. I might butcher some names, and I apologize ahead of time. Anyways, it's a Reimu, right? Reimu Hakurei? God, I hope so. Okay, Reimu Hakurei is a lightweight fighter with average to middling walk-to-run speeds. Despite her fairly mediocre grounded presence, Reimu's air game is incredible. Her high jump height and airspeed, coupled with her moderate fall speed, makes her fast and floaty, allowing her to cover great distances and dance around attacks with ease. In addition, her aerials are all quite useful, and her focus mechanic makes Reimu almost uncontested in the air. Reimu has 2 jumps and can wall jump. Okay. One of the main characters of the Touhou Project series, having appeared in almost every game in the series, home to the land of illusion and fantasy, in Sokyo that is sealed off from the real world and hidden within the Great Hakurei Barrier. Reimu looks over the Hakurei Shrine, the only entrance to the Gensokyo. While she is sometimes serious about her duties, she can't seem to get many worshippers at her shrine. It appears that yokai extermination is her only method of even earning a thin salary. However, in the world of Smash Brothers, she might also have to take care of a plumber or two as well. Playstyle, Zoner and Trapper. Reimu is a lightweight zoner, capable of unleashing a large quantity of projectiles on the screen at once and locking down opponents. True to the bullet hell genre of games, Reimu brings grazing, focus movement. Reimu lacks in speed and weight. She makes up for with stage control, aerial maneuverability, and several defensive tools that allow her to make risky plays and slip away from danger, all while slowly chipping away at her opponent's health and keeping them antsy with risk-taking. Did I miss a Zens? No, that's where it goes. Risk-taking is rewarded through Reimu's power gauge, which can grant her options to bolster her firepower. On the flip side, she can't take many hits, making it essential to her defensive capabilities. Defensive capabilities are the fullest. In addition, Reimu comes with some unique abilities and attributes, further bolstering her defensive capabilities. Much like her home series, Reimu is hard to get a hang of, but amazingly rewarding and amazing once you do so. Oh, and reflectors. Reflectors are the bane of Reimu's existence. With too many great projectiles, having them sent back in her face can easily cause her game plan to fall apart. Pros, great stage control and projectiles to give the opponent a little room to breathe. Phenomenal aerial mobility, anti-zoning tools to help keep Reimu out of harm's way. Easy to launch and struggles at close range, very mediocre combo game, and players must take risks in order to increase her pressure and damage, thus making her hard to play if the player isn't the best at dodging. Seems fairly straightforward. She's a glass cannon zoner by description, which is perfectly fine. Besides, Reimu's character icon is her power meter, which can be used to increase her firepower and grant her access to some of her most powerful tools. This gauge takes the form of one of the Touhou series' P cards, the number beside it starting off at 1.00 and maxing out at 4.00. Depending on which increment of 1 on her gauge, she will gain an option to a maximum of 4 options. Options are a passive upgrade that add additional projectiles to Reimu's arsenal and take the form of yin-yang orbs that orbit around and follow her. Options fire Hakurei amulets during specific special attacks, which are special projectiles which home in on the nearest player, quite frankly, and deal small non-flinching damage. I was about to ask if it does flinching damage. If it does, that would have been a little bit broken. I would honestly reduce it from 2% to maybe even like 1%. Because even like 2 can, like, multiple shots of 2 hitting somebody over and over again can rack up damage very fast. Or make 1.5 since, you know, Ultimate started playing with percentages. But they did not deal knockback. This allows for Reimu to guarantee a large amount of damage on her opponent and increase her pressure. Reimu will start the fight and respawn with one option already on her. How is this gauge actually filled? The answer to this is grazing, a staple of not only Touhou but also bullet hell games in general. If Reimu is close to a hitbox that does not connect, pink sparks and P cards will appear to signify the attack has been grazed. Graze attacks will fill up Reimu's power gauge. 0.10 for 2% of the attack deals with a slight delay. Reimu only gaining meter once the P cards fly towards her. Reimu has a few other mechanics that allow her to graze easier. It's important for Reimu's player to master weaving in and out of encounters and re-attacks well, requiring the same precision and type movement of a Toho game. Question. You do know that a lot of Smash's projectile hitboxes are very, very awkward when it comes to how their hitboxes work, correct? Like, some projectiles have very, very thin hitboxes. Some of them have hitboxes that go way outside of the projectile's, like, actual size. I think it's a little bit of a mess, but I think I did as well as I can. I'm going to read a little bit more into it and see, like, it says that there are stuff that help her graze easier, and I'm interested in that. Because, like, simply just, like, barely grazing projectiles in Smash is a very, very, unrealistic aspect to have, because a lot of Smash's projectiles have weird fucking hitboxes. Just give her upper body projectile intangibility. Intangibility is probably not what I want, but I think that maybe she should have alterations done to her hitbox that allows her to actually graze properly. Maybe, like, extra hitboxes outside of her actual hitbox that allows her to not literally have to be on top of a projectile herself, but just close enough. Base grazing mechanic is more meant for close range attacks. Focus is meant for range play. Fair enough. Her second mechanic, which also allows her for aerial control and effective grazing, is focus. While in the air, holding the shield button after an air dodge will have Reimu float for a period of time, as signified by a small bar beside her power gauge. This gauge recharges over time pretty quickly, about one section of meter filling every half second. Each second of time she's in focus equals one section of this small gauge. Reimu can fully maneuver in this state using the control stick, but her movements are very sluggish, and she cannot attack normally. The use of this tool is what happens to Reimu's hitbox while she is in this state, as it shrinks to a white orb outlined in red, and her center becomes visible to both players, making her harder to hit with projectiles and making grazing easier. The range she can graze increases, as shown by this graphic. She can end this state at any time by releasing shield. Maybe like have a spot dodge kind of movement. That's what it seems like this is. As stated, she cannot attack normally when in this state. She does gain access to a projectile which can be used by pressing the A or grab buttons for Persuasion Needle. This is a set of 3 quick piercing lasers which fire a good distance and can be used to snuff approaches while focusing. However, they deal weak damage and can't keep opponents away forever, as characters like Bowser with passive super armor can plow through these lasers like it's nothing. At least there's counterplay, and these lasers cannot be spammed. All 3 must vanish before she can use the attack again. Alongside this, as fitting for a focus attack, they are thin and precise projectiles, making them easy to miss, if not aimed correctly. Patiently max out your damage potential with these tools while keeping on the defensive. Slipping in and out of combat with your aerial mobility, they cash out this racked up damage with smash attacks. It won't be easy, but proper use of her mechanics and proper risk taking will give you the ability to lock the opponent in a bolt hell of your custom design. Said graphic is a small field around her shrunken hitbox. Looks kind of like a mandala. I will definitely say that I like the idea. I like the. I'm a big fan of the, you know, of putting yourself at notable risk in order to get a sizable reward, because the only character that does that in Smash now is Lucario, and he does it completely and totally. It's his style of doing it is complete and utter garbage. So, seeing a character effectively do that in Smash would be very good. But I'm going to need to read into this a little bit more because, as I said, I'm not very familiar with this game, with Toho as a series. So I'm basically waltzing into unfamiliar territory. Reimu's neutral is optimal around mid-range, not too close and not too far. So she's a footsie character, somewhat. She's a footsie zoner hybrid, kind of, sort of. That's what it sounds like anyways. There's enough space for zoning with projectiles, but also enough space to close in for quick combos to keep her opponents out of her hair, so she can safely retreat and get back to using her projectiles. Along with get-off-me tools to keep the opponent where she wants. However, these normals do small damage. As a constant, most of Reimu's normals revolve around disjointed slaps with her go-high and quick flying kicks. Yokai Slaying Combo. Reimu will perform a 3-hit combo of string consisting of a swing of a punch, a kick, and a swing from her go-high. The final hit can be cancelled in any of her other tilts. Again, I like a character whose neutral combo actually has somewhat use in their game plan because, again, next to no character in Smash has that design. And I think being able to cancel is nice, especially if the damage is fairly low. And you're not dealing 20% in a single 3 or 4 hit combination. Can you please not cover my Angry Birds moveset this episode? Are you sure? I mean, if you're sure that you don't want me to cover Angry Birds, I can take it out of the list. But I'm a big fan of cancelable jabs. I'm a big fan of I think that the jab combo has so much potential for a character's design, but almost no character in Smash really uses it other than Ryu and Ken and Terry, because he can do jab power dunk. I said Terry. But yeah, again, I like the idea of a neutral combo that its inherent weakness is just that it's a neutral combo. It's effective when it works, but it can be stuffed by a lot of things if you use it poorly. Go high whip. Reimu lashes out in front of herself with her go high. It has high range for its speed. Has low end lag. This makes it useful for spacing. However, only the initial slash deals damage, and the tip of her go high has a sweet spot, which launches opponents forward with good force. At lower percents, the lash can lead into the sweet spot. Sounds fairly standard. Sounds almost like a lower range version of Marth's forward tilt. Kazuya can do it too, but Kazuya's jab combo is not as useful as the other fighting game characters. Prayer to the Rain God. Reimu spins her go high above her head. This is a powerful, somewhat disjointed tilt that functions as a decent anti-air and is the most damaging tilt in her kit. Just do note, however, that due to its large active frame, it's also her laggiest tilt. Makes sense. You know, long-lasting anti-air option. You know, I think a character like this could use something like that. Very effective if it works. Very detrimental if it misses. Yeah, that makes sense. Twirling stick, Reimu lays her go height on the ground, spins it around in a circle, catching opponents hit by the initial spin before launching them away after the final hit. This attack hits 6 times and is a disjointed attack with surprising range, making a good spacing and edge guarding tool, and its low stature makes it excel at 2-frame punishing opponents. I would knock that down like by half the amount of hits. I think that 6 hits is a little too much. I think 3 is enough. Based on Simon's F tilt somewhat, that's fair. But yeah, I would knock down the amount of hits from 6 to like 3, 4 at most. I think that a move with 6 hits lingering on the edge like that is a little bit too much. Dash attack, main slide, a dangerous advancing tool that has Reimu perform a rushing slide along the ground in reference to one of her main attack options from highly responsive to prayers. This attack really lowers her hurt box and makes it much easier to bypass attacks coming from above. Once Reimu makes contact with an opponent, they will be popped off their feet and knocked into the air, dealing decent damage and low knockback, which gives it decent use as an aerial conversion tool. Most characters don't really have conversion tools off of dash attack, except for like maybe Meta Knight is like one of the few, and maybe Fox as well. But I imagine the combo window would be notably small because most dash attacks have considerable like end lag to them. Only made it 6 because that's how it works in the 2D fighters. Having it as more fair. Well, I still think that even like just like for what it's supposed to be, I think that 6 is too much. But yeah, I think that most of these attacks are pretty much fine. I think that, you know, simple spacing tool, you know, good anti-air that can be punished if it's used poorly. This sounds like a useful poke, but I think that 6 hits is too much. And a conversion tool off of a dash attack is not very common, but if it has specific like windows where it works as a conversion tool, that's fine. But you can't be like, you know, you can't have like a dash attack where you hit somebody at like 120% and you're guaranteed to get something out of it after that. Like there has to be like a wall where that move just stops working in that way. Grab and pummel Gohei coil. Reimu does a lashing motion using her Gohei to coil around the opponent. And if this is an extended grab, all has good range, is merely an extended grab, not a tether grab. As a result, does not function as a grab aerial, and by extension cannot be used as a tether recovery. Reimu pummels by sending a blue shock through her Gohei, inspired by one of her attacks from her boss fight in Toho Luna Knights. Fair. Forward throw. Reimu pulls the opponent towards her and then hits them with an elbow check. Simple. Works very simple, effective, nice. Grabs are definitely a place where you don't really need to overdo things, so I'm glad that it's just something very simple like that. Back throw, Reimu sticks a talisman to the player's back, paralyzing them momentarily before kicking them. Also fairly simple, you know, a little bit of personality shown in, which is nice. Up throw, Reimu throws the opponent upwards and fires a few Ofuda cards at them based on her shot. Using her shot move from highly responsive to prayers and resembles her secondary neutral special. Yeah, that works. It's like Fox, you know, throws him up, shoots him. Works. Reimu slams the foe into the ground before teleporting and striking them with a diving kick based on the special move Dimensional Point Rift from the aerial fighters. Yeah, that works. Smash attacks. Forward smash. Treasure sign. Yin Yang explosion. Reimu winds up before releasing a large explosion in front of her. This explosion has a large disjoint. It can be used to snuff projectiles. It's a decently simple kill option with a good range. It's an effective one at that. However, it has bad frame data, and should Reimu whiff, it is wide open to punches. It might need to be made a little smaller than the way it is here in the game. You know, just, you know, make it fair. But, yeah, that works. Maybe also have it just be like a singular hit as well. Up smash, Divine Art, Wind God Kick. I'm very glad they decided to just give her Genocide Cutter. Or, you know, or just Flash Kick, depending. Moves like a cross between the two. Either or. Reimu unleashes an upward kick while leaping in the air. Well, the move is at its strongest during the first few frames of the move, which can send the opponent flying to the top blast zone. If the move whiffs, Reimu will be stuck in the air for a quick second, but can immediately act in various ways, including an air dodge or a double jump. This works fine. I definitely think that there should be moves in Smash where if you use like an up smash, it puts you in an aerial state. I think that characters like Ridley should have something like that, in my honest opinion. I would make the whiff period longer, just so, you know, high risk, high reward, big damage, but, you know, miss it and it's game over pretty much. And down smash, Dream Sign, Demon Searing Circle. Reimu raises an Ofuda above herself and sends it down to the ground, summoning a magical seal before releasing a blue aura that covers her body. The longer the move is charged, the further the seal goes. The move's initial slam will lock the opponent into the following blast, and the blast that follows launches the opponent away while having good knockback growth. Seems fair. The upward hitbox would probably have to be made smaller. Because, you know, most dash attacks are not keen on hitting that high above you. Sorry, most down smashes are not that keen on hitting that high above you. Unless you're like very specific characters. But yeah, I think that's fine. Makes a lot of sense. Big, quick attack, hits on both sides simultaneously. Neutral air. Flying Maiden. A flying kick where Reimu sticks her foot out and performs a stylish pose. It loses its average power after the first frames and is useful breaking out of combos due to its very fast startup and for locking opponents down. Well, it's like more of a like it's a sex kick is essentially what it is. Yeah, that works. Very standard, very fitting for a character that's very aerial to have. You probably want to have moves that linger. Go High Swat. Reimu quickly swipes her Go High in front of herself. It's an attack that's good for keeping the opponent back at lower percentages, being a valuable kill move at higher percentages. Makes sense. Up air ascension kick. Reimu's strongest aerial, where she does a strong aerial kick that travels in a diagonal direction. While this move is great for kills, it's also Reimu's slowest aerial and has an odd trajectory, making it situational but difficult to read an aerial kill option. But please, mouth. Making it a situational but difficult to read aerial kill option. That works. I think that works fairly well. I think that as a character that's designed to be airborne most of the time, I think if any opponent tries to get above you, that they should probably be punished for it, because you almost never want to approach a character that's really good at being in the air from above. Anybody that's ever seen Jigglypuff in Melee will tell you that the last place you want to approach Jigglypuff from is from above. You always want to try and attack her from below. Why did we coin the phrase sex kick? I don't know off the top of my head, but I couldn't tell you, honestly. Down air, Rain God Celebration, based on one of her skills from Toho 12.3. Reimu flips her body and twirls her go high below herself. This is an aerial with an odd hitbox, but it has a multi-hitting aerial. But it is a multi-hitting aerial that aims directly below herself. This move is most useful as a landing option when landing directly above your opponent. If this move connects, both Reimu and her opponent stall in the air. It's very useful as a landing option, but isn't very powerful like most of her normals. I don't know if I would say it's good landing if it makes you stall. Because if its knockback is weak, opponents might be able to just react out of it and hit you. You'd probably want something that will hold them and hit stun or block stun until you touch the floor, which is why a lot of the best landing options in Smash are the way they are. And for back air, you have Yokai Slaying Maneuver. Reimu flips around and does a backflip kick downwards. The move has a meteor smash hitbox at the start of the kick as Reimu turns, making it an effective surprise kill option should the opponent not see it coming. It has the slowest startup of her aerials and has high ending leg. You know, makes sense. Back air is usually one of the slower aerials that characters have, because, you know, they have to turn around in order to hit, and it takes the longest time to recover from, unless you know it's a down air, like spike and stuff like that. But yeah, those all work fine. And now we have specials. Yin Yang Orb, Reimu's signature charm, that she's used since highly responsive to prayers. The Yin Yang Orb, spreading her arms, Reimu summons one of those orbs and shoots it upwards. Summoning the orb holds her momentum in the air for a brief moment. This orb is affected by gravity and bounces off of all surfaces, including the boundaries of the screen, and its trajectory can be altered by hitting it with attacks and dealing heavy damage and knockback on it. However, Reimu can be hit with her own orb. With its properties, this projectile is one of Reimu's strongest pressure tools and stage control options, and when used in combination with some of her other tools makes it a force to be reckoned with. And she can't even grace her own orb. However, Reimu can only have one Yin Yang orb on the stage at a time. How long does this last? Or does it say further down? Because that's like my biggest question with something like this, is how long does something like this stay on the stage for? If Rayma uses neutral B again while Yin Yang Orb is on the stage, she will throw a Fuda upwards. These Ofuda projectiles are useful for manipulating the Yin Yang Orb from a range without needing to get up close and hit the orb itself. Didn't list it, but it lasts for about 10 seconds. I would cut that down to like 6 at most. I know that doesn't sound like very much, but 10 seconds in a fight is a very long time. That's why the cooldown for a lot of things, even the longest stuff in the game, is like at most like 7 to 8 seconds, because that's just how like high paced of a game this is. I would knock it down to like 6 at most. Or if you want to keep it at 10, have ways that its time can be manipulated so it goes back faster, or it has to recharge faster. This Fuda deals small damage and knockback, but the upward trajectory can be used. Juggling tool and anti-air. Should Raymoon have an option, she will shoot a Hakurei amulet in the direction the Fuda was thrown in. For each option she currently has, Hakurei amulets do not alter the direction of the Yin Yang Orb. But yeah, I would, since this by the description has a lot of stage presence to it, I think that 10 seconds is a little too long, and I definitely think that it should be shortened to like 6 seconds. 5 or 6 seconds at most. A lot can happen in 5 to 6 seconds in a fight. Side special, Yokai Buster. One of her most iconic attacks in both the fighting games and in the main games. One of Reimu's strongest ranged options and an important zoning tool is her Yokai Buster. Wasn't thinking about the neutral special too much after typing down. I'll just put a few more details in the doc after this. Oh, that's fair. You just gotta think of just like... Think about the concept of 4 Reimus on the screen at once, or hell, since this is modern Smash, think about 8 Reimus on the screen at once, all with their orbs on the screen at once, and just think about how impossible that would be to deal with for, especially if you're on a small stage. Yeah, absolute madness. Real bullet hell. If the input is tapped, Reimu throws a Fuda cards forward. If the move is performed in the air, she throws them at a downward angle. This move has 2 variations depending on whether or not the move is charged. For both variations, should Reimu have an option, Reimu shoots a Hakurei amulet in the direction of the Fuda. The Fuda was thrown. For each option she currently has, if currently charged, she will throw out 3 slow Fuda cards bunched together. But if the move is charged, she will throw out 6 fast Fuda cards that spread out further as they fly. And the Hakurei amulet she would shoot, gain a minor damage increase or deal minor knockback, making a much stronger keep away tool. These cards deal small flinching damage. Okay, looking at both these moves, I have a request. Swap them. Make Yokai Buster neutral special, and make Yin Yang Orb side special. I think that having the charge move on side special is a little bit... I think that having charge moves on side special is very cumbersome. If it was just like a quick projectile that you threw out, I think it'd be fine. But since this is a charge move, I would recommend taking this and putting it on neutral special and putting the orb on side special. If you want, also add to it, maybe have the Afuda card she throws after she throws the orb and up at like a 45-degree angle. She's not shooting it straight up into the air, but she's shooting them like, you know, upward angle. So that it better suits like the side special design. But yeah, I would absolutely swap this and this. Specifically because the way this is described, this works way better as a neutral special. Up special, Flight, a staple of the Toho series and the main mechanic of some of the fighting games, along with being one of Reimu's most important tools for approaching the opponents should push come to shove. Reimu performs a dash in the direction chosen by the player, can perform a second dash in a 10-frame window using the attack. The second dash must be committed to. Instead of canceling into the second dash, Reimu can also jump and cancel out of it, giving her some additional momentum should she need to. However, that's not all this recovery is capable of, as while flying, she is completely immune to projectiles. Very nice touch. I think that's fine. Immediately grazing anything she runs into. There's a great way of making grazing work. I would actually, honestly, I would find a way to flesh this out even more and make this the main way you get grazing done. If you want to keep grazing as a mechanic the way it currently is, I would flesh the hell out of Flight and just add way, way, way more to it. Hell, I would even go so far as make this like a Marvel vs. Capcom Flight mode. Where it's an input, but the moment you input it, you basically have like 8-way omnidirectional movement at all times. Honestly, Zamasu as a reference is actually not a bad idea. Because I think Zamasu is one of like the best characters to make use of Flight in their movesets. Let me see. However, such an attack has its weaknesses. The biggest restriction is that this has no hitbox and leaves Reimu open to pushes should the opponent see it coming. And the increased end lag on the second dash should she not cancel out of it makes an ideal way for the opponent to strike Reimu. I think having the Flight mode with the dashes would make this a way more interesting move and add way more to her potential as like this, you know, like this very quick, like I can move in and out, but I specialize at being out zoner type character. Yeah, I definitely think that the idea of having this be the main way she grazes, and just having this be like a mode you activate instead of just being like a special in of itself, could definitely work. Sorry, my throat's dry, and I don't have any water near me. Down special, cautionary border/duplex barrier. Playing into her ability to control barriers and some of her skills in Toho 12.5. Reimu summons a barrier in front of herself that changes the direction her projectiles shoot, making her much more dangerous. After charging for a second, Reimu raises an Afuda card into the air and summons a square barrier, a blue energy in front of her. Keep in mind, unlike the graphic, this only spawns in front of her. This barrier drains 1.0 of her power gauge upon startup, and Reimu does not get this meter back if she's knocked out of it before the barrier is summoned. The barrier remains in place. It was set for about 20 seconds. I think that's a smidge much. 10 seconds is already a lot. I would heavily knock that down. Even if you want to make it prominent, I'd say like 10 seconds at most. Let me continue. Until it's destroyed, which will, after taking 20% damage, this barrier acts as a physical barricade, not being able to pass through until it is destroyed or it vanishes. Most of Reimu's projectiles, upon hitting this barrier, may have their properties changed and fly towards the opponent in the direction that they're currently standing, greatly increasing Reimu's pressure and stage control, punishing your opponent should they fail to react properly to the bullets fired. Projectiles that hit the barrier cause it to weaken over time, and the barrier does not react to it, much like how it does with Reimu's. Here are the projectiles that change for each of your projectiles. Yin Yang Orb does not change, but the barrier counts as a surface that can be bounced off of. A Fuda Cards and Precision Needles, both of these projectiles become slow-moving arrows of energy, which travel fairly quickly and deal good damage compared to the rest of her weak projectiles, along with a good bit of hit stun, making them important for the opponent to avoid, and an easy way for Reimu to control certain areas and forcing her opponent to move away from the bullet. However, these projectiles can be reacted to and pretty easily and become blockable. Their only middling shield damage doesn't help with this as well. However, should Reimu charge up this attack to drain 0.0 more of her gauge, she will instead summon a special type of barrier that is one of her most iconic spell cards in her boss fights, and is one of her most deadly tools, the Duplex Barrier. This charge must be done for about 3 seconds. This barrier covers a sizable range, about a third of final destination. If Reimu activates the barrier within 8 frames of being attacked, she takes no knockback from the attack. Opponents who get too close to the barrier during its start are pulled inside and become trapped inside until it disappears. While inside, all of Reimu's projectiles bounce off of the walls of the barrier and travel faster than they would normally. This tool is one of her deadliest traps and can turn her aerial denial and stage control options into powerful offensive pressure and confirmed damage, including her more powerful projectiles like her Yin Yang Orb, turning it from a stage control tool into a deadly way to rack up damage and eventually a kill option should they be hit by it once the barrier vanishes. Reimu can only have one of these barriers on stage at a time. Okay, so I like the idea of, I think that there should be in Smash there should be like moves and mechanics that restrict your opponents from being able to move away from you and basically force them to fight at a certain range. I do think, however, that simply having it so that it's there and there's no way to like get rid of it quicker is bad. I think that if Reimu gets hit for a certain amount of damage, then that barrier should immediately disappear. It's basically a punishment for saying you had all this and you fucked up. And now you basically just wasted all that potential and just threw it down the trash. I definitely think there should be some form of counterplay to it. I also think it would be very fun, you know, just because I think that this would make it a lot more interesting and, you know, fit into somewhat of Toho's design from what I've been able to experience of it, even if I know it, even if I'll say it is very, very little. I would have it so that this barrier that makes her projectiles homing and changes their properties also do the same for her opponents. Hang on a second. Yeah, but I think that there should definitely be some form of counterplay to these moves. Or hell, what if Wouldn't it be amazing if in doubles, Reimu can, like, allow her teammate to get homing projectiles? So, like, if she has, like, Robin or Mega Man as her team partner, they can get, like, ridiculous amounts of utility out of their moves. I just think that her opponent should be able to react to this, or, you know, interact with this in some fashion. Instead of just, you know, destroying it. Characters like Falcon will probably just have to destroy it because they have no means of using it. But, like, what if Sephiroth throws a Mega Flare through it and it becomes homing? Sorry, Giga Flare through it and it becomes homing. Zelda throws a phantom through it and it immediately teleports behind you. But yeah, I like a lot of these ideas. I just think that they need to be tweaked in some fashion. And for our final smash, we have Spirit Sign, Fantasy Seal / Fantasy Nature. During most occasions, Reimu's final smash is their most iconic spell card, Spirit Sign, Fantasy Seal. With this, Reimu unleashes an Afuda into the air, glowing the colors of the rainbow, while large orbs of each color swarm around her and home in on opponents. These orbs deal big slash damage on hit, while having great knockback growth. Reimu can move while these bullets are being fired. Makes sense. If Reimu is at maximum power, her final smash comes in her infamous last word from Imperishable Night and one of her most powerful and dangerous techniques, Fantasy Heaven. With this, Reimu summons 7 Yin Yang orbs above her, which will remain for 15 seconds. I'll continue. Reimu is completely immune to damage during the first 13 frames of the attack, and the spinning Yin Yang orbs around her deal light flinching damage to foes who get too close. You gave her fucking Virgil summon swords. This is Virgil summon swords. From Marvel 3. However, the most important quality of these orbs is if they have a solid amount of hits done should the opponent touch the orbs, allowing Reimu to follow up with the normals easier. When Reimu hits with a normal attack, one of these orbs will light up. Multi-hitting attacks counting from one light up orb. When all 7 are lit, Reimu will automatically release a circle of Danmaki around her, trapping any caught foes in the cinematic where Reimu unleashes a screen-filling surge of bullets, launching them at the end of the attack. Honestly, I would take this. I would look up how long Bayonetta's attack lasts, her final smash, like the lead into it lasts, and have it work like that. Where you have a set amount of time to get this to go off, and if it doesn't, then it disappears. I think having her have this for 15 seconds is a bit much, because 15 seconds is a fucking long-ass time in a fighting game. So I would have it be like Bayonetta's final smash, where you get this for a limited amount of time. They give you a buff during its duration to help you get to this, but if you fail to light up all the orbs, then you simply just don't get the final smash. Yeah, exactly. Basically like Bayonetta's climax, except it'd have to be less overkill than this. 15 seconds is too much. But yeah, I think that for the most part, before I, get into the inconsequential stuff like taunts and victory animation and stuff like that, I think this is really good. I think that this could fill a niche character design aspect that we don't have in Smash right now, which is, the heavily aerial-based character that can play around with screen space very well, because most characters in Smash sadly don't use the fact that they're in a fighting game like Smash to their advantage. But the fact that you could have like flight modes with, projectiles that go around that make use of the screen space bounce around, this would have to be shortened, but it's still very effective for the design that's going for. Swap the buttons so that this is neutral special and this is side special. A flight mode so that that's her main way of grazing, and it's like a big part of her game plan. And a multi-use barrier that can be played around with by both her and her opponent. And this could be a very big rewarding thing that, if used right, can lead to a lot of damage, but if she does it poorly, then she basically gets screwed over and loses it almost immediately. And the final smashes are perfectly fine. This definitely just needs to be tweaked around a little bit so that, you don't get this for 15 fucking seconds. Taunts. Reimu does a prayer, waving her go high above her head in a small dancing motion, a two-part reference to Sanai, and how go high are used for blessings. Reimu summons an Ofuda card in her one hand, staring at it while it burns with a blue flame, while she holds her go high to her side, based on the render she has in some of the Toho games. Works fine. Down taunt, Reimu fixes her dress and does a relaxed face, sighing after the heat of battle. Fighting's are exhausting, isn't it? Based on a render she has during dialogue portions of the Toho games, and a taunt she has in the Antinomy of Common Flowers. Entrance animation, Reimu descends down to the stage and draws her go high, all while a yin yang orb begins orbiting around her. Okay. Reimu throws a talisman onto the screen, reading no solicitors, based on a victory animation from the air fighters, which themselves reference one of her spell cards from Double Spoiler. Camera zooms in on Reimu, who puts her go high behind her back and smiles, based on the tile screen of Double Dealing character. And Reimu sits down and opens her donation box. Opening up to reveal a coin that has a serious icon of the last opponent she KO'd. I think it'd be very funny if just randomly it can be filled with Mario coins. Just because you're in Smash. Why not? Especially if you came from the stage where you get to collect the coins. That's based on, New Super Mario Bros. 2. I don't know, it's a dumb aspect, but it works. And then you have colors. I know about some of these characters. I know about Marisa. I don't know who this is. I don't know who this is. Don't know who this is. I don't know who any of these people are. I mainly know Marisa because she's one of the most iconic characters in the series, and I know the Tanuki woman, whose name escapes me. But I think overall this is very good. I think that this is definitely something that, with a few notable tweaks and some things being changed around, could absolutely be put into a game like Smash and have it work fairly effectively. Mamizu? Yeah, probably. But yeah, I think that all the normals, all these moves are perfectly good for what they're supposed to be. I think this doesn't need to be 6 hits, could be probably turned down to 3. I think the smash attacks work well. Hitboxes probably need to be changed around a little bit, just didn't bear with the style of Smash, but they work. They look like they'd be perfectly fine. The aerials are all good. Special moves could be rearranged a little bit. Some of them toned down, some things, revamped in some spots. But yeah, I think that with my limited Toho knowledge, I think that this is a perfectly good representation of the character, and if you do, if this moveset is you're brought back for, another cleared for battle in the future, or, you have another moveset from this series planned, I will definitely try to do more research on the series beforehand so that I'm not as, in the dark about this series and, its aspects. But yeah, I think this is very good. And I hope that I can see more submissions from you in the future, because if this is like your first submission for like the first episode, I am very excited to see where you'll go in the future with other stuff that you may or may not already have planned. Yeah, this is very good. All right, I'm gonna take a small break to go eat something because I am like very hungry. So clear that list. We're going to. I'm just gonna roll the wheel, see who we're doing next, so that when I come back, we'll just immediately jump into it. But yeah, next character. Our next character is Zoroark. I know that this is Fletch King's. I don't know if he's here to see this, but when I come back, we'll cover Zoroark. And this was the page that was submitted to me. I have not seen Smash Boards in like 9 years. I think was the last time I was on this site. But yeah, I will be right back. And when I'm back, we'll get right into Zoroark. I'm gonna go with pizza. The hell did my music go? I swear to God. Continue watching. What the fuck are you talking about? This isn't part of my collection. Sorry about that, I'm back. Hi. Oh yes, I said before I left. We're doing Zoroark. And this one is by Fletch King. He said that everything here, you know, is his. Which is fine. Yeah, let me look. Zoroark. The Baneful Illusion Fox Pokemon. Homes, Unova, and... Oh. Fletch, which Zoroark is this for? This isn't for both of them, is it? Oh. Okay, well, I should make it abundantly clear then, going into this, that I am one of the people that thinks that Zoroark, Hisuian and Unovan Zoroark are way too different from each other to play anything alike. I think that the drastic shift in personality between the two of them basically makes them two extremely distinct characters that would not fight whatsoever like each other. Like, Unovan Zoroark is very elusive and crafty. But Hisuian Zoroark is literally just a wild fucking animal on, like, several different types of fentanyl. And materializes said hatred for the world into powers that completely change the way it can utilize its illusionary abilities, unlike, you know, Unovan Zoroark does. So I am a firm believer right off the bat that this is, you know, not a good inspiration take for Zoroark. Now, out of the two, which do you feel this represents better? Because that is the one that I will base the moveset on, you know, going forward. Do you think this is closer to... Do you think this is closer to Hisuian Zoroark or Unovan Zoroark? In your personal opinion, since you're the one who designed the moveset. In terms of moves, Unova and Zoroark. Okay. So I'm going to judge this mainly as Unova and Zoroark then. Playstyle, Zone Breaker / Half Grappler. Okay, interesting combination. Speed's a little lower than I expected, since Zoroark is a Pokemon that's known for its speed. Let me see. Jab is Lash Out. Zoroark rapidly attacks with her claws, then finishes with a claw thrust. Seems fairly standard. I would also just like to say, right off the bat, it's probably not best to stick solely to moves based on Pokemon moves. Usually, Pokemon in Smash only really use like special moves on their specials. And they have, 4 specials, which correlates to the 4 special moves that you get as any Pokemon in a Pokemon game. Dash attack is Night Slash, quickly somersaults forward, then performs a cross slash. It works. I swear to God, if you just went outside of my fucking playlist again, I'm going to beat you to death with a stick. Better. Probably should have added more to it, but that's besides the point. Dash attacks feels fine. A singular slash would probably be better. Cross slash feels like it's more suitable for a smash attack if anything else. Fury swipes. Zoroark performs 5 quick claw swipes, moving forward with each swipe. A 5-button command input move feels a little bit much. The limit for command input moves in Smash is 3. I think that maybe this could be moved somewhere else. Maybe if you wanted to have this be like a dragging dash attack. Well, the thing is just that Kazuya's 10 string isn't a command normal. Isn't a command input normal. It's just a combo string. A command input normal is a move where you have to input each attack separately, like Snake's forward tilt, where he has the 2-part forward tilt where he does the knee. If you don't put in anything, that's just where it stops. Where if you put in another attack, he does the punch forward in order to launch opponents away. That's what a command input is, or like Bayonetta's forward tilt, where she does a 3 kick combo, and the final kick knocks opponents into the air. And Man Knight also has a 3-hit forward tilt. Yeah, that's also a command input. I think 5 is too much. Hell, I would even maybe move Fury Swipes to an endless attack for the neutral combo, if anything. There's a lot of stuff you could put on a forward tilt, though, for a Zoroark. Up tilt performs a quick leaping claw swipe with one of her arms. Quick, fast, makes a lot of sense for her design. Low sweep, quickly crouches down, performing a sliding spin kick. I feel maybe a sliding slash would better fit Zoroark's design, but that's perfectly suitable. Forward smash, Zoroark covers her one-arm dark aura, then swipes overhead. Yeah, that works. You know, big, powerful slash. Makes a lot of sense. Sludge Bomb puts her arms together and fires a blob with sludge upwards. This could change to something else. I know that Zoroark can learn Sludge Bomb, and it's an interesting utility move. But it's not really something that, like, Zoroark has actually ever shown to do, and isn't like a very core part of what makes Zoroark Zoroark. I think a unique, like, multi-claw, like claw leg combo, like up smash to launch opponents upwards would probably be better. Something that like hits multiple times. I think that this doesn't really mesh with anything that came before it, and this could probably be changed. Ominous Wind could also probably go. Yeah, honestly, I think it would be much easier if she just had like the ability to slash around herself. Something, you know, akin to what Wolf does, but probably taking it in a different direction. Or hell, you could just slam the ground and create like a burst of outward, like, dark energy that hits on either side of herself at the same time. If you want to call that Ominous Wind still, that's up to you, but I feel that, like, these two don't really feel like Zoroark. Neutral air, Zoroark spins with her arms outstretched and covered in dark aura. I think that, yeah, that's perfectly fine. Zoroark performs three quick claw swipes, moving forwards with every attack. A rapid hitting forward air is not, like, impossible. Maybe just instead of moving forward with every attack, you just have it just be like a series of claw swipes while you're airborne, and you can use it as like a drag down move or something along those lines. I think that turning it into a command input is a little awkward. It doesn't really fit the design very well. Back air. Zoroark quickly turns around, performing a quick backhanded claw swipe. That works fine. Short hops, performing 2 fast backflip kicks in a row. Seems to work fine. And Zoroark rapidly kicks straight down thrice in a row, spiking on the third kick. It's definitely different than what I would be expecting from Zoroark to use, but not, like, out of the question. Oh, I just realized that, well, while I was away, Joe made a separate chat room for Cleared for Battle. Thank you. Joe, whenever you see this, I know you're at work currently. Feels like Ominous Wind should replace Sludge Bomb. I don't think either of them should be there, to be honest with you. I think that, like, Zoroark's, like, biggest thing is that she's very fast and her claws are very sharp, and that those should be the things that are accentuated the most in her moveset. I don't think that Zoroark is a character that you inherently need to add very much to in order to make a very interesting character out of. So I don't really see the need to put in either of these moves. The Dark Aura, I would just take more aspects like this and just find ways to put it onto these types of moves. Grab makes an illusion of herself to grab opponents from behind. How does that work exactly? Because grabs have to be telegraphed in a sense. You need to know when your opponent is trying to grab you. So how does Zoroark in that case make it so that it's apparent that she's trying to grab somebody? I'm just curious is all. Because I like the idea. Probably be better implemented into one of the throws, but as it is, that seems a little bit, hard to read and understand. Knockoff. Zoroark uses both of her claws to scratch the opponent's face. Makes sense. Forward throw, throat chops. Zoroark spins forward, hitting the opponent in the neck with her arm. Again, I understand, some people really like to constantly look to using Pokemon moves for Pokemon movesets. I don't think that this is something that you should. I think that this is something that you should try to do as little as possible. Outside of these moves, I think that it should be best to just try and come up with things that best fit the design of Zoroark that don't have to instantly correlate to one of the moves that it can learn. Because the only real moves that it needs to know to learn are its actual special moves. I don't see I do not see Zoroark in a game like this using her hand to smash into her opponent's neck to launch them. I imagine launching with claw slashes and kicks and stuff like that, because those are the most readily available parts of her body that she uses for combat. Goes behind the opponent, then performs a strong drop kick. That works. That is something that I can imagine Zoroark doing that works in that scenario, even though I don't think it needs to be attached to Feint Attack as a move. Up throw, fling. Zoroark grabs the opponent, savagely tossing them into the sky. While a claw slash should probably work better, that works fine. And Zoroark pins the opponent down and furiously attacks them. Again, it's an idea that I think fits Zoroark, more Hisuian Zoroark than Unova, but again, I do not think it needs to be attached to an actual attack from Pokemon. But these ones I think should, and this is where I think it's most important that they're, the way they're implemented is you take, decent care in making sure they're translated properly. Neutral special, I'm just going to count Night Days because, again, this is based on Unova and not Hisuian. Zoroark slams both of her arms to the ground, creating a shockwave of dark aura around herself. Using Night Days while in midair, will have her outstretch every limb to create a shockwave of dark aura. The beep button is held. Zoroark attacks a nearby opponent with an explosion of spine-chilling resentment. And I'm not reading the Bitter Malice part because again, this is Unova and not Hisuian. I think that, that's very, very straightforward. Just like depiction of what people expect Night Days to be. You know, charge projectile, charge move. You know, does outward damage. You know, good get off me option. I think for the most part it's completely fine. I do know that Bitter Malice has more potential as an attack than Night Days does, but I think that on its own, Night Days is a perfectly suitable neutral special for Zoroark to have, and it's definitely a move that everybody expects it to use in at least some fashion. Side special Curse. Zoroark puts her arms together, then fires a wisp of purple flames that curses an opponent on contact. Curse slows down the opponent temporarily while giving Zoroark a boost to attack and defense stats. If the B button is held, Curse's functions are changed. This will mobilize an opponent to weaken their defense. Too much here. I think that you should pick one and stick with it. Just one. One aspect of this is all you really need to have Curse be an effective tool. Like, if you want it so that it boosts your attack and defense, fine. If you want it so that it weakens their defense, it's fine. If you want it so it slows them down, it's fine. But I think that having all of this on the same move is way too much. And that it's definitely a case where you just need to pick and choose which one you think fits best into this Zoroark design. In my personal opinion, I think weakening their defense is probably the best choice. Because, you know, Zoroark is supposed to be tricky and be an infiltrator and get behind defenses and, you know, cut them down from when they least expect it. So I think that while it doesn't need to immobilize them, weakening their defenses is definitely an aspect that should be looked at here. If you don't want to mobilize them, maybe instead what you do is it would just be very heavy hit stun. But I think that all of this on the same move is a little bit too much. Up Specialist Pursuit. Zoroark covers her entire body in darkness, then charges in any direction, performs a high-speed tackle. If she hits an opponent, the free fall status is ignored, allowing her to pursue it again, or do a follow-up while grounded. Pursuit allows Zoroark to perform one of three fast claw swipes that bypass opponents. While this part's a little bit muddy, I think that for the most part, the idea of a recovery that allows you to use it again if you hit somebody is something that would be interesting in Smash, and I do think that overall this does have potential, but there does need to be a cap on how many times you can use it in a row, because maybe, well, why is because, you know, infinites are a problem. You can't, you know, just pursuit your opponent over and over and over again. I think the best way to do it is you cap it at 3. You know, that tends to be the magic number in Smash for a lot of reasons. You know, you can do pursuit again up to 3 times. But after that, you know, they just fall out of it. I think that that's probably the best way to handle it. I don't know if you need the extra claw swipes. I think it'd be best to just have it so pursuit goes through shields. And just the dash itself works on the ground as well. It's a nice high risk, high reward move that can, you know, do a lot in a, you know, combo scenario. And then down special is Foul Play. Zoroark briefly takes a defensive stance. Her entire body becomes completely covered in darkness. Any opponent who attacks her will be deceived with an illusion and thrown in any chosen direction. If held or inputted midair, Zoroark spawns a spectral portal below herself and dives inside to vanish. Afterwards, she'll jump out of another portal behind a nearby opponent and perform a surprise attack. I've always found the idea of Foul Play an interesting thing to implement in Smash, because the very concept of what the move is in Pokemon definitely sounds like it could be very interesting in Smash if, you know, handled properly. But I do not think that the design of having it be a counter is the best way to handle it. I think having it be something closer to Revenge would probably be a lot better. So it's not just a pure, you know, take damage, they immediately counter. It's you've taken some of that power and now you get to use it in a unique way. Maybe it's not immediately, you know, increasing your damage, but it can be done in a different manner. I definitely don't think that Zoroark needs a counter. Just not a traditional, like, take damage and, you know, take damage, deal damage counter. I think I would look at the way that, you know, Revenge works and maybe find a way to, you know, implement that into Zoroark's, Zoroark's mischievous, like, nature and stuff like that. Maybe you could get access to, maybe while you don't get more damage, maybe you can get access to a move that can, you know, hit through shields if you hit him from behind or something along those lines. There are a lot of ways you can take foul play, and I think that this is a little bit, you know, I think it's, while it's an idea, I think that there's definitely better ways to take it. Especially since it also tries to force in Phantom Force, because, you know, Hisuian Zoroark is a ghost normal type. So yeah, I think that it'd be best to just stick with dark aspects and just go from there. And I think that a dark type would try to hit somebody when they least expect it. And yeah, I think that just a counter is doing a move like this a disservice. And you have a shield special and extrasensory. Zoroark uses her anger to conjure an illusion of herself, which charges forward to grab an opponent. Once the illusion grabs in the opponent, it will automatically throw him in the direction of her conjurer. If extrasensory is used in the air, once the illusion grabs in the opponent, it slams them into the ground. Honestly, take this, down special. Throw out the design for foul play. You can keep the name foul play if you want, since it's still technically fighting dirty because you're using an illusion of yourself. Just take that and put extrasensory description of foul play. I think that works way better for a design for Zoroark. Also, shield specials can't really be used in the air, so it'd be very messy when, you know, trying to, you know, shield, you know, dodge in midair and you accidentally do this. But yeah, I think this is a good idea. It doesn't belong in a shield special. 100%, this could absolutely be a utility option for Zoroark to use, and I think this works best as a down special. Or hell, you could take Curse. You could even get rid of Curse entirely. Put extrasensory over Curse. Rename it to something else, like Shadow Sneak or something like that. I don't know. And then still go with the revamp foul play that, you know, takes the opponent's damage and allows you to use it in a, you know, dirty fighting style type of way. Final Smash, Black Hole Eclipse. Zoroark furiously roars at the sky, leaping into the air and conjures a spear of dark spectral energy, then throws it downward. Upon contact with the stage, the spear of dark energy becomes an expanding black hole, which deals multi-hit damage. After 5 seconds, the black hole then explodes, sending any opponents who are caught inside of it soaring across the stage. You know, fits. It's a unique take on the Z move. I think it works with Zoroark's personality. Maybe less the furious roars and more, you know, just devious calculations, but I think that this works fairly well for a Final Smash. And yeah, I think that's great. I'll look at the colors for Unova, and I'm ignoring the Hisuian forms. The black and red, black and green, black and orange, black and blue for the starters. That's nice. And the star and the shiny. You got alternate costumes, which is nice. Honestly, I would just take these costumes for Unovan form, put them on top of the colors for Hisuian form, so that you have outfits and you have colors. Zoroark arrives on stage as Suicune. I don't think it needs to arrive on stage as Suicune. I think it would be funnier if it arrives on stage as the opponent it's fighting. Like it copies their on-stage animation and then just transforms into itself. Zoroark growls while clenching hands. Zoroark stares with her glowing eyes. Zoroark chuckles for a brief moment. Up taunt, Zoroark briefly transforms into her Hisuian form or vice versa. I feel like that if you want to include Hisuian form in the Zoroark design for Unovan Zoroark, that's probably the best way to do it. Just be like a little haha, like funny, like teaser. That's not bad. I actually like that a lot, honestly. Zoroark roars as her entire body is enveloped in a dark cloud. And Zora briefly leaves Zoroark's mane, then jumps back inside. Nice reference to the movie. Zoroark appears in an explosion of dark energy, then strikes a fierce pose. Zoroark's illusion fades away as the camera turns around to face its conjurer. Zora notices the camera approaching her, but Zoroark stops it with one glare. And you have victory themes, and you have a classic mode credits theme. Honestly, this moveset's only real issue is that it's trying to compromise for both Zoroarks. My best advice: just stick with one. Just stick with one of them, and I think you're going to go very, very far. Because while I think that some things are a little weird, I think that some of the things being weird are a byproduct of, again, trying to split a moveset between two distinctly different creatures. And it feels very odd in some spots. I would focus on either or. If you won't focus on Unovan or Hisuian, or hell, do a moveset for both of them. That's always a possibility. I think that if you want, you should do one first for the one you like more. I just do not think that Hisuian and Unovan Zoroark are alike enough to be like. This isn't even like an Echo Fire situation. This is like costumes. I do not think that it is like fitting. I think that you could give like them colors of each other, like Unovan Zoroark has the colors of Hisuian Zoroark, and that would be like a nice little touch, or vice versa. But other than that, I don't see either of these creatures fitting the same role. One is like very sneaky and calculated. The other is just like this bitter, merciless creature that just wants to destroy everything around it because it's highly resentful of the world that basically gave birth to it. Where like they have no care for their own well-being, and they like casually their powers are apparently like destroying their bodies. That's why they have all these like red marks all over their bodies, because that's like a byproduct of like their powers just being like so destructive that they're basically destroying themselves in the process. But yeah, I would stick with one version of Zoroark. And absolutely do not only stick to moves that it knows as Pokemon moves. Focus for normals, just focus on stuff that like you could think Zoroark would attack with. You know, claws, bites, illusions, dark power, stuff like that. Try to find a way to implement that, you know, that devious personality into the moveset itself. But yeah, I think that there's definitely some good here. I think there's a lot that should be, you know, kept in mind and salvaged and just revamped in some spots. I do not think that you need a shield special like this. I think that this move has better synergy with Zoroark's kit than some of these other moves do. I would find out which one you like more, like which one you think synergizes more, like Foul Play or Curse, and then like replace that with this, because legitimately like this is a good idea that works for both Zoroarks and I think should be a part of their game plan. What do you think is the best balance for Pokemon moves being referenced in normals? Because personally I like to do it a lot. I think that when it comes to referencing Pokemon moves in normals, the only other place I would like keep it is smash attacks. Also, like, a character like slashing doesn't need to be referencing slash or scratch, or, you know, our character biting doesn't need to reference bite or crunch. It's just like basic attack patterns that the Pokemon would probably do. It's a Pokemon by Pokemon basis, honestly. Like, for example, I recently did like Gengar in the last few months. Gengar uses his tongue for a lot of attacks, but those attacks aren't lick, if that makes any sense. They're just attacks with his tongue. Or going to examples that are already in Smash, like Greninja uses like kunais and shurikens for some of his other other attacks, but they're not water shuriken. More so talking about like a stopping tantrum down tilt, like the Buries or something. Again, it's a Pokemon by Pokemon basis. I think more often than not, you don't need to do it. It's not a necessity. You could just come up with something that's kind of like it, and not have it be one-to-one with a Pokemon move. Because again, every slash with a claws is not scratch. Every, you know, bite is not crunch. Every slash with water shurikens is not water shuriken. Feel like throws can afford some actual moves as well. Okay, that's fair, yeah, because yeah, Charizard does have Seismic Toss for his up throw. Again, it is a Pokemon by Pokemon basis, and I think that for the most part, Zoroark does not need anything for her normals aside from just her speed, her claws, and her like her illusionary abilities, and just like maybe just a bit of like dark power implemented in there, just to give her attacks a bit more like a visual flair. But yeah, I think that there are some aspects of this that are very good. I think that there's some stuff that should definitely be salvaged from this. And I legitimately would love to see like this come back at some point in the future, because I think it definitely has a lot of potential. And I would love to see where you go with a Zoroark design in the future with the stuff that I've mentioned. But yeah. Oh god, we've only done 6. Alright, on to number 7. Oh boy! It's the GameCube controller! Just pull this up. Camp's probably going to be sad that he didn't get a chance to see this. GameCube controller starts a fight by Camp with outside help. Ah yes, the GameCube controller. The old faithful of Smash Brothers. This controller has existed since the early 2000s and has been a gateway to many magical gaming experiences. It has become a symbol of the Smash community, mainly through its infamous competitive scene. But why the GameCube controller specifically? Why not go for the Wii Remote or even the Joy-Cons for a more unique or somewhat relevant choice? I'll explain more in a bit, but specifically associated with Smash, not just because of merely staying power of competitive players, but in tandem with that is the fact that the GameCube controller support has been a staple of Smash Brothers since Melee because of that dedicated fan base, and I think it's neat though it's confirmation bias. I approve of your confirmation bias. So I figured we can give this thing the respect it deserves and make it the wackiest of wacky characters. It alongside some integral parts of latter Nintendo history, it will wreak havoc on the roster. The main points I want to convey with the GameCube controller are, there's more to it than meets the eye. It seems too simple, weak, and non-threatening. But if you're willing to dismiss it, it will kick your butt. Imagine the literal king of evil losing to this thing. Yeah, be afraid. Be very afraid. While the GameCube controller is certainly amazing in its own right, there are a few other Nintendo accessories that will be integrated within the GameCube controller's moveset. I'm using accessories for the GameCube from the GameCube to the Switch, since we have a bunch of representations for classic Nintendo with stages, music, and characters already, and to throw it back with modern touches so as to not limit its capabilities to just the era it comes from. Yeah, the specials are designed to be based on all 4 eras mentioned, but the rest of the moves are based on the anatomy of the controller or include the functionality of the other controllers. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. This isn't that far removed from the infamous Mario has a star above his head for his up tilt or Sonic down smash flickies, but I argue that that can be given leeway for this character specifically. Its anatomy needs to be clearly established. I know for a fact that it's going to be hard to visualize how a controller can fight. You can throw it at somebody. So let's get this out of the way with an effective chart, as well as see its size compared to the Everman of Smash, this being Mario. This is another reason I went with the GameCube controller, as I felt it was the easiest to visualize, actually moving around when using attacks. Anything held by the controller, like its items or its weapons, will be either wrapped up or stuck in the end of the wire. The controller will also not be animated as much as the rest of the cast, in that most of its established anatomy will remain more stagnant. The wire will be an extendable arm, these prongs will be the feet. The GameCube controller roughly in scale with other cast members. Though it's like, around the same size, if not a little bit bigger than Kirby. In terms of archetype, I went for all-rounder as I thought it fit an easy to use, hard to master type of character. While, you know, our all-rounders are technically the easiest characters to play, specifically, you know, for the sole reason of just because they're the easiest to understand, they don't have extreme strengths or extreme weaknesses. I don't know if I'd ever say that the hardest character to play in any fighting game has ever been an all-rounder, but you know, it still counts. While it's unconventional weapons and outstretched wire, it'll take on the competition with a variety of tools and attacks. A Swiss Army knife of controllers to use in the right situations. The controller helps contribute to a fun, more unconventional, and therefore Nintendo experience. Helps make the task simple for the player to understand, and it's hard to master when presented with a more complex game. Sorry. Fucking garage. These attributes will be seen within its moveset to be given more of an identity. The moves it uses being great on their own, but better when meshed together. Like how a video game tests your knowledge of your skills and your ability to use them in conjunction with each other near its end. And it's all around, as the controller's philosophy, generally speaking, is no matter what the console, it should be able to be used by anyone. Do they even sell these anymore? I swear to God, they stopped selling these in 2021. That's besides the point. Prong button mash. The controller lifts and strikes with the left prong on the right, then gets up close and uses the A button in place of punching the opponent's face. Okay. Again, I gotta now picture a controller moving around. Wire whip. Thank you, mouth. Wire whip. The controller whips its wire in front of itself that can be angled, like Simon's whip. It makes a lot of sense, to what I expected. Up tilt prong kick. The controller lifts its right prong in a kick-like motion. I missed that old up smash. Makes sense. This mimics the motion, but doesn't have the range nor power. It's more of a combo tool. Makes sense. Prong poke. Swings its right prong while lying on the ground. Can trip. Face button plant. It falls flat on its front, hurting the opponent with a slam, dealing extra damage since it's poking them with its analog sticks and buttons. Also, I just gotta say this isn't mentioned at all by the moveset, but if the controller doesn't sound like this when it's moving around, then it's not true to character. Controller spin. The controller rotates a few times in the air quickly. Yeah, that makes sense, you know. Yeah, why not? Wii remote swing. The controller swings a Wii remote out in front of itself in a downward arc. This move is quick to come out, so it makes for a decent early combo tool. Bonus points if it plays the crusty-ass character selection sounds from Brawl. Joy-Con juggle. The controller flicks with a Joy-Con in an upward arc. Seems fun. I actually have something I'd like to mention after I'm done with this, because it actually does relate to this in a lot of ways. Back aerial is wire flick. The controller whips its wire behind itself with decent force, makes for a solid kill move, and can be angled. Makes sense. Gamepad smack, the controller flips and swings a Wii U gamepad downward. Can spike, nothing's more embarrassing than being spiked by something related to the Wii U. Well, it could be the Virtual Boy. Front floor, chops forward with the forward end of the wire, whips the wire backward, more length than the normal get-up attack. Jumps up and stomps down with its prongs. It kicks forward with its right prong. Honestly, I would just have the controller like slide onto the stage. Alright, take care, Isaac. Side smash, Wii Remote slash. The GameCube controller uses its wire to swing the Wii Remote in front of itself. Makes sense. Again, bonus points is if it does the crusty selection noises from Brawl. That would be a nice, funny reference. Wire lasso, controller swings wire above itself, multi-attack, scoops opponents up and launches them directly upwards. And Joy-Con click, the GameCube controller attacks both sides by placing the Joy-Cons onto the Switch console, making the infamous clicking sound in the process. Immediate cover on both sides, which would work with 2 framing or dodge reads. Also very fitting. It's very strange. I don't really have much to say bad about this because what this character is trying to accomplish, this seems like it's accomplishing it very well. The controller throws its wire forward for a long grab, with more end leg as a result. If it hits, the opponent is dragged over and wrapped in its wire. This, where the controller's wire is to have a hook shot. I'm assuming this also counts as a tether recovery, which means it can also be used off stage. The opponent controller strangles the opponent the best it can. Well, yeah, that's how that could hurt somebody. I guess, yeah, that makes sense. The idea of a controller doing this is way too funny. Oh, I'm sure somebody's tried to do this to somebody in the past with a GameCube controller. Cursor toss. The controller uses the hand from the Wii to pick up and toss the opponent forward. It'd be very funny if the throw is like notably laggy because I remember that fucking cursor being very, very slow. Let's see if you moved it with the analog stick. Wire whiff. The controller uses its wire to toss the opponent upward. The controller uses the Wii cursor to throw, punch the opponent, kill throw, nice. Rumble feature, throws the opponent down, stands on them, and rumbles violently. Which is funny, because a lot of the controllers they sell nowadays for, like, specifically Smash, they don't have rumble features. Neutral special. Caught on the wire. Oh no. The controller extends its wire outward. If it lands on an opponent, the opponent is tripped and dealt a little damage by what we experience every day. Unexpected chords. Works as a tether recovery too. Tripping is very helpful for a character with decent regular moves, but a combo game under the surface, tether recovery is helpful for other characters with combos like Zero Suit. I like it. I like that a lot. I think that's very funny. I think that a tripwire trap is something that some characters could definitely use in Smash. Maybe like a Monster Hunter could set it up or something. It's really hard to argue with any of this. It's true. I 100% agree. That's why I don't really have much to say about like, oh, this could be different, oh, this could be different, oh, this could be different. I'm just in it for the experience at this point. The controller tosses the Switch dock in front of it, from which a GameCube adapter will extend from it. When the move is inputted again, the controller plugs into the adapter and is pulled toward wherever the dock landed. This allows... Sorry, just making sure that my playlist didn't stop again. This allows the controller to swing around and damage opponents with the momentum of flying toward the switch dock. Deals damage to the dock thrown as well. It can be used as a recovery tool as well. Opponents can destroy the dock, imposing a cooldown for when the move can be used again. It reminds me of like Shovel Knight's like recovery from Rivals of Aether. And I like that move a lot. I think that could be very funny. Up special, Pick Me Up. The player hand from the Wii is summoned and can be moved for 1 second. If the hand lands on the controller will be taken to the nearest ledge, moving for 1 second before activating freefall. The hand can also pick up an opponent and drag them for 1 second. Pressing A during this will shake the opponent violently before they're tossed away. Decent recovery with wacky visuals on opponents. It helps get them in an aerial disadvantage state for a second. Kemp, I don't know if you're here or if when you'll see this, but I'm just gonna say I love all of this. And down special, Asymmetrical Assault. When tapped, the controller holds up the Wii U gamepad in front of itself to absorb as many projectiles with any magnitude that it can. When the button is held and projectile has been stored, it instead summons a TV that fires back the projectiles much stronger than before. If multiple projectiles are stored, they are fired back in the order that they were collected. I was about to say, that sounds like fucking Villager's Pocket on steroids. Helps the all-rounder character deal with projectiles similar to Mario and capitalize on the enemy's pattern, much like a regular video game. Imagine being hit by a charge shot, anvil, and Giga Flare in rapid succession. Now you just need to picture... you need to picture 6 or 7 GameCube controllers all using this move, collecting one after the other, collecting each other's projectiles and just constantly throwing them back at each other just to see who fails the game of hot potato first. It is very funny. Not like it would happen a lot in regular play, but funny. Or imagine absorbing multiple charge shots throughout the match and saving them for the right time. There's some sauce with this move. And then the final smash is GameCube Startup. The controller puts out a GameCube console in front of it, which will open its disc compartment and try to suck someone in for 3 seconds. If caught, the opponent falls through a dark chasm and lands on the ground. Then the GameCube intro begins. The opponent's stock icon placed on the moving cube before ending with it over the iconic slam. The opponent takes damage throughout most of the cinematic, and if they are at over 100% damage, it's an instant KO. Can only suck in one opponent. You really can't make a better final smash for a controller than that. And then you got all the costumes. You got classic blue. You got jet black. Oh, you don't have Smash Brothers Black. I was gonna say that's mine. I didn't even know they made a Smash Brothers white one. I thought they only made black. Indigo, jet black, platinum, starlight gold, spice, emerald blue, Mario red, Smash Brothers white. I did not know there was a white one. I thought it was only black. Stage entrance. A GameCube lies on the floor as the controller unplugs itself from it and the console disappears. It springs up using its prongs. It quickly whips its wire above itself like a helicopter blade, propelling further than its regular jump. Lays on the ground, side facing the camera. It bubbles back and forth on their prongs. Both analog sticks are rotating. The left stick clockwise and the C stick counterclockwise to mimic cartoon dizzy eyes like Donkey Kong's. It stands in place leaning over from sleeping, while the analog sticks are pointing downward. It faces the screen while spinning, while the GameCube intro sequence music plays. Only the do part without the plop. No, the plop should be when you disappear. Starting fast, but getting slower, deeper, and more distorted as it moves away. This with 3 to 1. It lands face first on the screen. Makes a D version of the plop sound effect from the intro sequence. Well, there you go. Idle animations, the controller hops in place a few times. The controller just moves its analog sticks a little bit for its own amusement and to make really funny noises. Ledge hang, controller uses its extra wiring to wrap around and hang on while poking its port into the ground to try and plug in to stay alive, to no avail. If the player is using a GameCube controller while playing his GameCube controller, the inputs from the player will be replicated within the character's animations. Damn. I don't think you understand how much of a fucking coding nightmare that would be, but I fucking love that idea. The idea is like how Steve's head tilts up or down with light stick presses, but pushed to its extreme. When the A button is pressed by the player, it presses down in game. When you're dizzy and trying to mash buttons and sticks like a lunatic to snap out of it, the buttons and sticks go absolutely crazy on the screen. Special attack, B button goes down. Grab, C button. The white stick tilts when it's doing directional normals or aerials. C stick tilts and snaps back to place when doing a smash attack. Those details will make playing like this character fun with the inception that is playing a GameCube controller with a GameCube controller. And yes, if controls are changed, it still matches the button input. The controller hops up and plops down while the GameCube plop sound plays. The controller flops backward and then gets up, and this taunt is held down like Bayonet's dance taunt. The controller plugged itself into a GameCube and the TV spawns in. The TV can display gameplay, Super Mario Sunshine, Legend of Zelda Wind Waker, or Super Smash Bros. Melee. Imagine being so bored with the Smash game you're currently in that you have to boot up Melee in Smash to pretend you're playing a better game. The victory theme, it's too obvious really. Maybe it finishes with a jazzy trumpet blast, maybe. Stop animation plays, and controller jumps as soon as the drop happens. The controller whips around its wire, whips around the celebration. The controller spins on its prong and then flops down in exhaustion, before it plugs into a switch. You can see it lapping out its own combos in training mode on the TV with nice controller noises that fade out. Sorry, I'm just doing this for immersion. It wobbles around on its prongs, the analog sticks in one place and a few buttons missing. Kirby hat, Kirby turns indigo with the Nintendo GameCube logo imprinted above his face. A wire will also extend from his back a la Chibi Robo. The Button and Mashing Menace! Great name. Great name. 10 out of 10, 100 out of 100. Best name. Best name. Yeah, classic mode route, and of course the stage is the Nintendo GameCube itself. Based on the Battle Mode stage in Mario Kart Double Dash, takes place on a giant Nintendo GameCube that floats in space. Hazards Off removes the grainy visuals if it's too distracting for some players. Battlefield and Omega forms are self-explanatory. Fuck do I even say this? Like, it's a legitimate idea, and the most I can say is get in contact with somebody and turn this into a Rivals mod. Like, unironically, like, turn this into a Rivals mod. Like, I can't, there's like nothing I can add. Like, there's just, it's just having fun with a legitimately impossible idea and just like going balls to the wall and just adding as much as they can to just, you know, make something silly. Cab, whenever you see this, I'm just gonna say this. You did really, really well. I'm very excited to see what other stuff you'll add to this series in the future, and 100% just get in contact with somebody and like turn this into a Rivals mod. Like, legitimately, like, fantastic. I loved it. All right. Here we go again. The Wheel of Fate is now turning. And our moveset, our next moveset is the Angry Birds. Alright then. Let us go see Screamin' Bert. By Lukac. I don't know who that is in the chat, if you're here. But yes, we're looking at Angry Bert. Didn't they say that? Oh, fuck, that's right. Hang on. You're right. They wanted me to not do fucking Angry Birds. Sorry, we gotta re-roll the wheel. Sorry, we gotta do it again. Here we go again, boys. Here we go again, boys. Here we go. Let's see who's gonna win. And our winner, our next upcoming person is the Courier. All right then. And the moveset for the Courier is done by Dylan. All right, the Courier from Fallout New Vegas in Super Smash Bros. Let me just put this controller back over here. He's played his part. Welcome to the Mojave Wasteland, a post-apocalyptic land in the greater Fallout universe, with many locations to explore, enemies to fight, and factions to take part of. And the avatar that lets you explore the world is the Courier. They are completely customizable and have many different perks and traits depending on the player's choices. After literally being shot in the head and left for dead, they woke up in Doc Mitchell's house and started their journey to the Mojave Wasteland to find the person who shot them and retrieve the platinum chip. This led the Courier to be roped into a wasteland-wide feud over control over New Vegas and Mojave in general, and soon, Legendary Wanderer of the Wasteland will be the sole factor in which side succeeds in this feud. Now let's see how our Wasteland cowboy/girl could play in Smash. Playstyle is All-Rounder. Courier is a versatile character whose strengths and weaknesses can be manipulated through the match. From a tank to a rushdown to even a mid-range zoner, Courier's character mechanic allows the player to customize their avatar to their liking. That's a lot. I'm here for it. Let's see where this goes. However, Courier's customization does not come free. Players need to work for it. Plus, Courier has a predictable and average recovery. In terms of starting stats, Courier is a mid-weight around characters like Mario, Pyrrha, and Corrin. Their run speed is like Heroes and has a jump height of Mario. In terms of mobility options, Courier has 2 jumps and can crawl. The Couriers have 2 character mechanics, one of which allows them to become the most unique fighter on the roster. But before we can talk about that, we must quickly talk about a secondary character mechanic, VATS. In New Vegas and all the Fallout games, VATS is a mode where you can target different parts of the body for a chance to deal more damage, cripple legs, or shoot at an opponent's hands to do more, to make them drop their weapons. For Smash, it works similar to Palutena's Neutral B, but there are some differences. One is that VATS costs a resource called action points, which we generate over time. The second is how it works depends on your neutral special. We'll get more into that when we get down to that neutral special. Now that that's out of the way, we can talk about the character's main mechanic that will make them unique, which is called Make Yourself Special. By using Up Taunt, the Courier will open up their Pip-Boy, which opens up a menu which basically acts as a shop. In the Pip-Boy, the Courier can choose from a large pool of traits to use. However, I compare the Pip-Boy to a shop for a reason, as these goodies don't come for free, as in order to get them, you must grind for XP. XP is gained by dealing damage to opponents. From the Pip-Boy, you can buy traits. If you have a trait that you don't want anymore, you can unequip it in the Pip-Boy. Traits are interesting because while some change some moves, they are mainly stat changes. However, most are not only buffs, as most will come with downsides. You can have 3 traits tagged at a time. There are 11 traits, and I'll explain what each does. Small frame. This trait will increase the ground and airspeed of a Courier, but that comes at the cost of making the Courier lighter and doing less damage with ranged weapons. This is best used for rushdown or hit-and-run based builds. Ninja. This trait increases the Courier's melee frame data, but comes at the cost of your move doing less knockback. Pairs well with small frame for a combo build. Bloody Mess. This trait increases the damage of the Courier's attacks, both melee and range, but comes at the cost of worse frame data. Life Giver. This trait increases the Courier's weight, but it comes at the cost of a slower ground speed. This is best used for tank builds. Pair well with the Bloody Mess for a tank fighter. Action Boy/Girl. This trait gives the Courier an increased action point. It's best used for builds that rely on VATS. Build to Destroy. Much like Bloody Mess, this trait increases in damage, which does stack with BM. However, this trait will give the Courier a Pichu-like mechanic where he damages himself. Pairs well with small frame for a glass cannon build. Skilled. This trait increases the number of XP you get from attacks, but now you lose a chunk of your XP on KO. This trait gives some of the Courier's attacks an increased chance to trip opponents. On top of that, this trait will also replace down throw with a snake-like down throw to set up a tech chase. This trait will give where was I? Fucking Christ. Better criticals. This trait will give Courier's attack a chance to deal random critical hits. Professional deals increased damage when attacking opponents from behind, do less damage attacking from the front. Note that the damage penalty is the same as Ninja's, but does not stack with it, making it pair well with it. And Wild Wasteland. This trait is interesting because it's more of a joke trait. When used, random things can happen. A low-level CPU randomly spawning in-game, to low-power item spotting when they are turned off, to random hats appearing on the fire's heads. Okay, so that's a lot to unpack, like right off the bat. First off, I'd like to say that I like the idea. I've always been a big fan of like Shovel Knight's main mechanic in like Rivals, where he like gets to buy unique items and stuff like that, and that stuff can like last the entirety of a match. I find that interesting. But I definitely think that these are a little bit overtuned. And some of them, like, specifically are, like, fairly strong. First off, I'd like to say that, I would personally, like, revise some of these and make it so that maybe combine a couple of them to make a couple of their traits stronger. but make it so that you're only limited to one trait. Like, you can buy one trait and you have to change it each time. I think that overall will lead to a lot more, creativity coming from the player. If you want to keep them at all, I think that's like the best way to do it. Like, cut down on the amount of traits you can buy and make it so you can only use one trait at a time. Like, if I want better frame data, then I'd go for a trait that gives me better frame data. But I need to actively sacrifice that if I want to go for something that's going to give me like more like damage overall. If it's not like helping my playstyle, then that's something that I immediately need to go for. Also, while I know that Wild Wasteland in New Vegas is a fan favorite ability and is in that game very, very fun, I do not think that the idea of randomly spawning things into a match would be, liked by a lot of people. So I would 100% remove Wild Wasteland. Part of the appeal is mixing and matching with your creativity. Well, yes. I mean, you can still do that with only one. The idea is actively picking and choosing the trait that you need at the given time in order to give yourself the buffs. Because the buffs are all still there. You just can't have them all at the same time. And I think that a couple of these are way too overtuned to have at the same time. I think that each of these designs have the potential to work and can add a lot to the gameplay, but they need to be limited in some fashion. And I think giving you more than one option at a time is too much. I think that rewarding quick decision-making skills to choose which one you need at any given time and knowing when it's time to switch out one for another one could add a lot to your, to your creativity. Hell, you can even take Wild Wasteland and turn into like Barrow Criticals and be like, haha, wouldn't it be funny? Isn't it funny? I just randomly crit the shit out of you. Where'd that come from? The point stands is that I think that sticking to one trait at a time is the best choice. Much like how with Shovel Knight, you can only have one unique special that you buy from the store at a time. Yeah, if you wanted to change it, you had to buy a new one. But yeah, I like this a lot, but it definitely needs to be like limited. And maybe just, revise a couple of these traits to streamline them better. Due to how big the character mechanic in the specials will be, the Courier standard attacks will have to be a bit on the basic side, many of them being punches, kicks, and most importantly, slashes with the broad machete, along with 2 other simple weapons for smash attacks. Courier has a 3-hit jab that starts with a punch with the left arm, then a wing with the machete with the right arm, then one final swing to launch them away. Hang on a second, sorry. A good defensive move if your opponent gets too close for comfort, but that will launch opponents at low angles and can allow for tech chases in mid-percents. It sounds perfectly fine. Again, I like a jab combo that has utility in a character's moveset. Courier will perform a shoulder tackle, sporting decent kill power by itself, though is not safe on shield. Though if you have the small frame trait on this, It will become a sliding kick that launches opponents in a more upward angle, making it a more combo starter to early to mid percentages. This attack also shifts your hitbox downward, so it can be used to dodge attacks from above. I think that that's fine. Though I would definitely say that it should be made like very apparent what the that you're getting this move when you get a different trait. Like maybe even on top of the abilities, maybe each trait has a new attack attached to it, so it's easier to keep track of for both the player and the opponent fighting the courier. Courier will slash forward with the machete, mainly a poke option, but with the right traits, it can be used as a kill option at higher percentages, can also be angled up or down. Seems fairly standard, works well. Courier will swing the machete in an upward arc, similar to Link. Serves as a combo starter and an anti-air tool, seems fair. Courier will perform the Ranger takedown, having them perform a sweeping leg kick. This attack pops opponents upwards, making it best used for combo builds. With the Super Slam perk, this is a higher chance to trip opponents out of any of his moves. I don't know how I feel about the chance for you know, tripping, as I feel that tripping in Smash is a like incredibly strong bonus to just have. It's like one of the main reasons why Diddy Kong is so good and why Pichu was such an oppressive character when Ultimate first came out. I think for the most part that's fine. Courier will stab a spear forward for his forward smash. One of his strongest attacks, this move will also gain a backstab mechanic with a professional trait, hitting the opponent, with the opponent being put into a crumpled state. I'm very surprised this is not the Power Fist. Because that's like everybody's lovely go-to melee option for dealing huge damage in like melee-centric builds in New Vegas. Courier will perform a strong upward swing with a sledgehammer. It's mainly an out of shield option, but speccing into Bloody Mess can make it struggle in that due to its increased start lag. And down smash, Courier will perform a 360 spin around him with a sledgehammer. Honestly, if you have the R2, excuse me. Also, Power Fist is unarmed, not melee. They're practically the same thing. Honestly, if you have these two attacks as Sledgehammer, honestly, I would make this a Sledgehammer attack as well. Just like a big, powerful overhead swing with the Sledgehammer that does big damage if it hits somebody. And honestly, hitting somebody with a Sledgehammer makes way more sense for it to put them into a crumple state than a spear. Yeah, sorry, I was just clearing my throat. But yeah, I would make this a sledgehammer attack as well. Reads better with both of these attacks being the exact same thing. Neutral air. Courier will perform a stretch kick like Mario and Link. This can work as a landing move or get away from the option. Sounds fairly standard. Courier swings the machete from high to low. Decent spacing tool. Fair enough. Stabs the machete behind him. Forms an upward machete slash. With the right build, this move can be used to juggle opponents. And the Courier will perform a multi-downward leg stomp similar to Snake and Pac-Man. You can cancel the move by landing, allowing you to combo into other attacks. If you have the Bloody Mess, it will turn one downward stomp with both legs, which does spike. Honestly, bring back the Sledgehammer. Sledgehammer down air. Why not? If it's good enough for Byleth, it's good enough for the Courier. Even if Byleth is an axe. It's still the same thing. I just want Byleth to lose his status as the strongest down smash, so down air in the game. Grab and throw. Courier will grab with one arm and punch with the other arm for a pummel. The Courier will roundhouse kick the opponent. This is used as a repositioning tool and set up offstage kills, but it's lacking kill power. Makes sense. Courier will pull the opponent behind him, then stab them with the machete. This can be a strong kill throw with the right perks. The Courier will perform an upward slash at the opponent's chin, launching them upwards. And the Courier will knock the opponent down, then stab the machete into them, popping them up. This throw can work great for a combo starter, but keep in mind that traits that increase your damage can also lower the percentage that this can work. And as I said earlier, Courier will also get a sneak-like down throw if he has the Super Slam trait. Okay, special attacks. Neutral special, Weapons of the Wasteland. There are 5 weapons for the neutral B. They are the revolver/laser pistol, assault carbine/laser RCW, riot shotgun, anti-material rifle/Gauss rifle, dynamite, and the power fist. Oh, there it is. You can change between these weapons with shield special. Probably don't want to have it so that they change with shield special. If anything, you probably want it to have shield special puts the weapon away and you get to choose a new one by bringing up the wheel again. It's probably for the best. Because having a change on shield special means that you can't change in the air. It should be noted that Courier will have a cosmetic option to change guns into energy weapons. So if you see an item with X/Y, they are the same weapon, just a different look that you can pick from the selection screen. Fair enough. Revolver/laser pistol. You're starting neutral B. Pressing the B button will have the Courier fire the big iron or laser gun. The gun's main use is a zoning tool, with it doing decent damage. If you want to maximize this move's use as a zoning tool, Bloody Mess is what you're looking for. If you have the small frame trait, Courier will instead fire 3 quick rounds on the pistol. That does a little knockback regardless of what other traits you have, making it into more of a pressure tool akin to Sheik's. Honestly, if you want my opinion, you want to change that into something more fun, make him fan the hammer instead. And you can dump all 6. But you have to reload. And that's the only version that has to reload. Also, please, this doesn't specify what type of revolver it is, but all I'm saying is please make it the mysterious handgun. Because the mysterious handgun is a personal favorite. Like, gun in general, for me. I saw a GameCube controller went by how to go. I fucking loved it. It was legitimately fantastic. Like, I even said, I can't wait to see what else you add to this series, and legitimately you should like get in contact with a Rivals modder and just have that turn into a Rivals mod. But yeah, maybe instead of, the 3 quick rounds, you make it so you can fan the hammer. But it just like, the range is shorter. The bullets are faster, but the range is shorter and they aren't as accurate. They like go all over the freaking place. Assault carbine/laser RCW. These weapons can be described as assault rifles. This weapon will rapidly fire bullets, lasers, before having to reload. While the pistols are for zoning, the rifles are more for racking up damage. But then only small flinching damage. You can also walk while firing them. Sounds about right. Maybe if you don't want to make it so that they only do small flinching damage, or like that, you could make it so that they're like burst fires. They shoot 3 rounds apiece. But yeah, this seems to work fine. Riot shotgun, like the 2 other guns, this gun does not count as a projectile. However, this gun has the worst range, making up for its strongest burst damage up close. This is also one range weapon that isn't affected by small frame's range damage nerf. So if you're going for a more up-close build with small frame, shotgun is a great choice. There are no laser shotguns. Profound Sadness. Pretty sure there were equivalents, but I might be wrong about that. Dynamite wouldn't be the Wild West without some good old dynamite. This works like Snake's grenades, throwable items that shortly explode afterwards, good for stage control. If you have the Super Slam trait, then dynamite will instead trip opponents. Oh fuck, that sounds dangerous. And for the last neutral B offering, we have the iconic Power Fist. This will work as a charge special with the Courier charging up for a powerful punch. There are some differences when having certain traits. Having a small frame will have the Courier dash forward while performing. Move similar to Lomax, but this comes at the cost of less damage. If you have Bloody Mess, the Courier will slam the fist into the ground when using this move grounded, which will create a shockwave. Honestly, I would kind of just remove the Power Fist from this list. It doesn't really mesh. Not only does it really mesh well with the other guns, but I kind of think they should just put this on smash attacks. At least forward smash. If you want to keep the sledgehammer on the up smash and the down smash, that's perfectly fine. But I think that the Power Fist causing people to crumple is like peak Fallout character, like melee combat fantasy. Yes, I know it's unarmed, but the point still stands. Skip the sniper rifles. Oh, fuck. My point for the Power Fist still stands, by the way. These guns are sniper rifles. They have reverse damage fall off, meaning they do more damage far away. I don't know how I feel about that. Honestly, I would just give them no damage fall off and just have consistent damage is probably for the best. Snipers don't tend to do less damage the moment they get out of a barrel. While a good KO move from across the map, this is a long reload, plus there's a damage limit it has. But yeah, back to as I was saying, yeah, I would honestly, I would find something else to take the place of the Power Fist, and just put the Power Fist on the smash attacks. At least the forward smash. Like, I can't recommend anything, like, completely off the bat because it's been so long since I've looked at anything related to New Vegas. But I know there are definitely, like, weapons you could put in the place of the Power Fist that would work just as well for the design you have here. Or honestly, just like, these 4, or 5, technically. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, these 5, more than enough. Because you got the balance choice, you got the offense choice, the close range choice, the long range choice, and chaos choice. You know, if you really wanted to add some chaos, you could add the Fat Man. Just saying. I'm just fucking saying. I don't recommend it, but it'd be funny. Lord knows that there are a lot of dumbass people out there that have been stupid enough to shoot that thing indoors. But yes, side special, Incinerator. This large energy weapon will fire an arcing, multi-hitting fireball. Fireball itself doesn't do much damage. However, it does do a lot of shield damage, making it great for shield poking. It also likes the area of. I like the idea of a Final Smash where it's just that one. I think it was a Fallout 76 commercial where it was 4 Volt people kicking the crap out of some poor mutant on the ground. Could you get away with shooting somebody with a nuke in a Smash Brothers game? It also lights the area on fire a little bit, which can do small flinching damage to opponents in it. You can't fire another one until the first fireball has disappeared. Up special is Eddie, one of the companions you have in New Vegas. Eddie is a flying robot. Courier holds on to Eddie as he rises up, while decent in range, and he doesn't put himself into freefall afterwards. He is linear and predictable. You do have ways to defend yourself while riding Eddie, is you can perform a forward kick, back kick, and upward shot with a sawed-off shotgun. I feel like you could have put that in more moves, honestly. Downward stomp with the A button. Down special, block and VATS. By pressing shield and down special, Courier can switch these two at will. You can also pick which one to start with on the select screen. Block acts as a counter-type attack with the Courier putting the machete in front of him defensively, but instead of dealing damage to the opponent, it will increase the end leg of the move they used, allowing the Courier to come up with a counter-attack for himself. This down B is better used for close-range playstyle, especially for builds use a small frame. Honestly, I haven't even gotten the VATS yet, but I would kind of just remove this. I don't think this is necessary. I think that the Courier just having VATS on the down special is more than enough. I don't think he needs this. Especially since, you know, he already blocks. Just like every other character in the game blocks. Now we can talk more about VATS. When pressed, the Courier will stand still as an orange cone shape. It will appear in front of the Courier. Press a neutral special, and the Courier will use a neutral special weapon they have on hand. The weapon you have on hand will affect how the move works. The pistol, shotgun, sniper rifles lock onto the opponent similar to Palutena's neutral B, who instead of small flinching damage, instead does full damage of each gun. The assault rifles will act more similar to Palutena's neutral B. Dynamite will be thrown out next to the opponent's location, the dynamite quickly exploding afterwards, and the power fist will be a punch so hard it cripples the opponent, allowing for a hard punishment. Again, I don't think that the power fist needs to be part of the gun list. This move does not have a natural ability to do random crits, the increasing with the luck trait. Or it does have the natural ability to do random crits, with increasing with the luck trait, or strong zoning / spacing tools with pistols, shotgun, sniper rifles with range depending on which one you want. The gaming tool with the assault rifles, and moves to force opponents to act fast with dynamite. VATS does it all. Of course, your ability to use this move depends on your ability to manage your action points. You can exit out of VATS by walking, running, jumping, dodging, or shielding. Again, I'm just saying it. Make VATS the only down special. Also, welcome home, Joe. Final Smash, the battle for Hoover Dam. Final Smash starts with the Courier firing a rocket from the Fat Man. Nice, creating a large explosion that will pull opponents into a cinematic Final Smash. This Final Smash brings the opponents to Hoover Dam, which is undergoing a battle between the NCR, the Securitron, and the Legion. The opponents stuck in the middle. All sides fire at each other as the opponents are hit by the missed fire. Then an airplane comes and fires bombs down below, which will launch opponents away, ending the Final Smash. Excellent Final Smash choice. Like 100%. Bonus points if, you know, he plays Unfortunate Son. Sorry, Fortunate Son. What the fuck was I thinking about Unfortunate Son? Probably some other song. Forget. Point stands. If plays... I'm gonna do my workout, a little shower, and eat. Alright. Sounds good to me. For costumes, the Courier will use one of two armors. First, the iconic NCR Ranger armor set, which will be a default costume and add all odd number costumes. The second will be the Legate's armor, which will be all even number costumes. The third is the NCR in blue and yellow based on the Vault jumpsuits. The fourth is Legate's armor in orange and dark black. The fourth is NCR green and black based on Mr. House. Fifth is Legate's in purple. Seventh is NCR in pink. And eight is Legate's in gold. Honestly, I think you should just stick with the NCR. Like, I know that people love Kaisar, but I think that this is legitimately like the best look and shouldn't probably be altered. That's my personal opinion. I think either or is fine. If you really do want to stick with both, it's fine. Because it does, represent both sides in the major conflict of the story of New Vegas. But I think most people would argue that the NCR armor is like way, way more iconic. Taunts. First, we'll have Courier perform several tricks with the revolver/laser pistol, Ocelot style, very nice. Second, they can have the Courier take a step from their trusty Vault 13 canteen. Just don't ask how they were able to drink with the helmet on. Hey, they can drink through power armor, who gives a shit? Because not even New Vegas explains it. And the third can have the Courier give a thumbs up. You take a sip from your trusty Vault 13 canteen. The first can have the Courier stab his machete into the ground and sit down on the bed. It'd be even funnier if there's a chance where he can't sleep on it because it's occupied, because there are enemies nearby. The second can have them place down an NCR Legion flag he poses with his pistol, and the third can have an explosion happen. When the smoke clears, the Courier is seen with an army of Securitrons and Yes Men. They then pose as Yes Man says, "Wow, you did a fantastic job." I'm glad that Yes Man is included. Other stuff, you can skip this if you want. Kirby has the NCR helmet. Boxing ring title is what the Wastelander who cheated death. Stage is New Vegas. This is trophy's Death Claws. Kind of personally like to play as a Death Claw, but that's just me. Does it from a New Vegas this moveset. New Vegas is such a well-crafted game. So much care went into making it insane to me that we will probably never be able to see another Fallout game like that again. I've been trying to do a Courier moveset for a while. It hasn't been easy. I want a moveset that represents the joy and uniqueness of creating your own avatar with unique strengths and weaknesses. It took a while to find a good middle ground between that and making it into a clear moveset, but I think that this might be a good way of doing it. As to why I want the Courier over Vault Boy or any of the other Fallout protagonists, well, simply because New Vegas is not only my favorite Fallout game, but one of my favorite games of all time. Most people would probably pick the protagonist of New Vegas if they were to say they want a Fallout character in Smash. It would either be like the Courier or just a generic Brotherhood of Steel member in like power armor. Victory animations and the removal of the Wild Wasteland being changes they want to make. Now, this would be an easy character to balance. Probably no, as there will be a lot to consider, but I think the idea of his mechanic is an interesting one. Deserves at least a try. If you have any thoughts on what I did well, I would like to be done better. I'd love to hear it. Film Watts, and I hope you all have a happy new year. Holy fuck, you made this before the new year? Most people I hear want Vault Boy. I feel that most people that want Vault Boy don't really know much about Fallout. They just see that because he's like the mascot character, like, that character that's like on, like in most Fallout products, that they just seem that he's, like the ideal choice, when Vault Boy is not a character in a sense. Vault Boy doesn't really have a character. He is a caricature, if you will. But honestly, I think you did a very good job, Dylan. I think that this, for the most part, did you got a lot right on your first go. The only real changes that I think really need to be made are that I think that the traits need to be revised a little bit and only make it so you can only pick one at a time. But they're highly interchangeable. And the second one is that I don't think that the Power Fist needs to be part of this. I think that the balance between these 5 weapons, the revolver, the assault gun, shotgun, sniper rifle, and the dynamite, I think that the synergy between these is already really strong. And the Power Fist on its own already feels very out of place next to these. I would just put this on the smash attacks and keep these 5 the way they are. I think that they're perfectly fine. I like that you have like a snake recovery that lets you do more than just hold on to the item, and I find that very interesting. But I think that should be the singular down special. I do not think that block needs to be a thing. Like it's just not necessary. I would just stick with this. It is by far the best option. But yeah, I think you did very well. I thank you for submitting, and if you want to touch it up and resubmit sometime in the future, or you want to just submit something brand new next time I do something like this, well, go for it. The entire point of this series is just to help. Just just help people get better at what they're doing. All right. How many have we done now? I think it's 8. It's 8. I might be wrong, but all right, man. Take care. Thank you for stopping by. We've been going for 6 hours. I'm debating whether or not I wanna do these other 8 next time, or do at least one more now. I'm not entirely sure what I want to do. I think maybe one more if you think your voice can handle it. I'm not gonna lie, my voice feels very shot right now. Fuck it. Okay, our last moveset of the day is Sophia Stylus by Potted Plant. Potted, I hope you're still here. Oh boy. Oh, nice. Alright then. Full disclosure before we begin, the series is an absolute headache to talk about because the series has a different name. Basically, every territory, style savvy in America, Nintendo presents style boutique in Europe, Eurosmo in Japan, and Korea, etc. For the purposes of this document, the series will be referred to as style savvy to hopefully avoid any confusion. Additionally, I know that this character got in the game. I know if this character got in the game, they probably just have named her Sophia Stylus or something, but not only is that kind of a mouthful, and not only does it not look like... Yeah, my voice is gone. And not only does it not make sense for the whole territory naming issue we've already gone over, it also feels a little impersonal. Imagine if Link got called Adventure Boy or something. So for the sake of this document, I'm officially dubbing this character Sophia, named after the developers of the series, Sin Sophia. Now that numbers out of the way, let's start. Appreciate that you went through the whole thing of making a reveal trailer, but my voice can't fucking take it, so I'm just gonna have to skip it and admire that I almost said Master Chief. Master Hand is getting his nails painted. Yeah, you know what? You know what? I feel like if I do this now, I'm just going to do it to service. So I'm making the conscious decision. I am making the conscious decision to end this now and come back and start with this the next time we do this. I do not want to do the moveset a disservice by like having my voice give out like halfway through it. Since I wanted this to be special because, you know, it's technically the first episode, so I want everybody to get a chance to have their movesets reviewed for the first time this series happens. So I think the best thing to do is do it in a couple of weeks, so probably like the 20th, 420, if you will. We'll come back and we'll do the last 8. And then another 2 weeks after that, it'll be the next episode on the 4th of May. I think that's probably the best choice. But yeah, Pod Plan, if you see this, I feel like if I do your moveset now, I'm going to do it to the surface because I've been talking for 6 fucking hours, and I think that the best thing I can do is just come back to it at a later date because I want to do right by your work, because the entire point is, you know, reviewing things properly and giving proper advice and critiquing things as I see them. So yeah, that's the plan. I also think that 8 might become the magic number of this series going forward. Like we cap it at 8. But yeah, I thank you for watching. And anybody that's been here like the entire time, I thank you very much for being here. Do not worry if your moveset didn't get chosen today. As I said, every single one of these movesets is going to be reviewed before the next official episode starts. I would also like to say that if you have been posting, if you've been posting anything in Cleared for Battle since the stream started, I would like to just say that the best, you're probably going to need to resubmit, because I'm going to go in right after the stream is done and set up the blockade for the submissions for the next episode. So yeah, I think that's... I would not be submitting anything until, like, the stream is done. I already said this earlier, but I'm just reiterating it for people that might have not been here to hear it. How can I get cleared for battle? You join my Discord, and you submit your moveset in the Cleared for Battle tab on my Discord. But again, I thank you for watching. I hope my reviews today were fair. And I'll be talking to you again soon. But right now, I'm gonna go find out if we have any halls in the house. I'm going to take one because my throat muscles feel like they're about to give out. So yeah, I'll be seeing you soon. And until next time I see you, keep making movesets. Keep improving, keep getting better.